There we go. Getting a hang of it, making sure the audio is audioing. That's all good, that's all nice. I have everything posted, I believe. That's all good to go, and I'm a little tilted. I'm like a little tilted. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hi! Welcome. I hope I'm saying it right. Giraffe? I'm not tilted anymore, so we're all good in that aspect. Afternoon, Aeon. And it seems just chatting screen isn't working. Hold on. Let's do one of these. Good afternoon, Tide. Welcome, welcome. Let me copy all of this. I should be able to paste that in there and it should work then. Just when I think everything's all nice and dandy. Now chat doesn't want to show up. Test. And that in there. And then I'll get us on that timer. Start. Because I'm working on this. How are all of you today? Let me go ahead and ease. At that 5 minutes. There we go. Okay. Good indeedy. How are all of you today? I am excited, I'm prepped, and I'm ready to go. Then, of course, chaos strikes when chat goes a little wrong. That is a-okay. That's what fixing it's all about. Good, you're working on writing biographies for a character? Oh, that's always fun. It's always some of my favorite. Writing about your characters and everything. Maybe try adding this guy. Fun. Add that. Oh, there we go. Biographies are fun though. How do you write them? I'm curious. Usually I try writing them by separating them into their early lives after childhood. Let's see, usually it's childhood, pre-teen, teen, then adult, well, young adult, then adult. 400 by 700. 400 by 700. Probably gonna have to look around this entire screen chat. But we'll work it out. For now, it's working. And that's the good news. It's more than fine. I'll just walk it around a little bit everywhere. I'll get rid of... We'll just keep it like that for now. Glad to have it up again though. And since that is that, let's chat for a little bit since we have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's see. You use Google Doc for format. You start with basic information, age, blood type, etc. Then their backstory is followed by personality and abilities. Ooh, yeah, I use Google Docs too. It's usually how I try to keep things in order. It's fun though. I'm excited when we'll get into the character part of the game. Well, this current game, adding maybe a little bit of backstories to some of the clients, customers. I want to do a school, so it'll be like some of the cliques from the school, some of the maybe higher ranked different leagues, how you say it, leagues of mages. So like the head of or the top student, or maybe a student of like the cryomancy. Maybe write a little bit of a backstory for them. We'll definitely have to update Gabriella's look, the main character of the game. But overall, it's gonna be fun when we get down to characters and character design and everything. Once we finish this, which is the typing part, it's like a mini game. I'm hoping to make everything into a mini game version. And then once we have that, we can move on to designing the actual cafe sim part. So we'll have to make a customer system, a character system, all of that fun stuff. I'm excited. And then once we have a cafe system where we have the customers and they come and wait, then we can kind of merge them together and add some art and everything. It's exciting though, I'm excited. Do you already have your characters drawn out, or you just have them as Google Docs or sheets? I like usually making an inspiration board for my characters. Let me turn this down just a wee bit. There we go. I am excited though. I think, well, I'm not too sure how big I want to expand the game. I want to first make the prototype the smallest version possible. No, I said it right. I want to make the smallest version possible of the game, the prototype version, and then we can start adding a lot. For example, some aspects of the game for the flavors. I only have 2 flavors at the moment, but we'll add more as time goes on. You think you only showed you one of your original characters? Yep. You have some drawn out, most of the main 3, plus your wife's OC, but hers is just for fun. Ah, that sounds fun. It definitely sounds fun. I always like characters and drawing them out and sorting them by Google Sheets, Google Docs, sorting them to folders and everything. That's always super nice. Indeedy. Let me close some of these browsers. I have way too many open. I always think I need them, then it turns out I don't need them. Overall though, oh, actually, now it's too low, isn't it? Let me turn it up just a smidge. This should be a fun one though. I have overall, since Friday, I updated a lot for it. So now we can specifically work on adding fun to the game and hopefully adding all of that. I have the system down and now we just need to make sure that actually typing will be bopping and fun. I think, well, I'm hoping the rhythm part is still a small part and I'm hoping we can expand on it. It's an idea, proof of concept. It might work, might not, but I'm hoping it will, as that'll be a fun aspect. One of the, well, I was playing a game recently, Crypt of the Necrodancer, and I realized, wait a second, this is exactly what I want to do. Metronome in the background, and all of it works. And since that timer is now out, let me move you to, if I can, for studio mode. Gotta get it all down again. Let's see, starting, or just chatting. Let me drag my chat, makeshift chat. We're just gonna get dragged around this time around. Add you up there. Make you a little bit smaller. And that works out, like that. Just a smidge. Like that. That works. There we go. Okay, so today's plans are as followed. It's been a second since we've been on this screen. Let me drag them over so I can see them on the main screen. There we go. All right, so overview. This is the overview. Previous times it's been a question mark, but I'm just gonna give a pitch of the game, 1 minute pitch, so you can understand what the game is, what we're working towards. It's a sort of introduction for people who haven't tuned in before, and also just a refresher for people who have tuned in. And then after that, oops. This is the wrong thing. What is a tile map? Hold on. Imagine that says, oh, that's a little bit interesting. Hold on, let me fix that. What is a tile map? No, it's not what we're working on today. We're doing what is game juice. Game juice. There we go. And then download that really quickly. PNG. But yes, what is game juice? And then after we figure out what is game juice, then we will program and we'll try to implement all the game juice stuff. That said, let's move on to the pitch. Again, transition. Make sure I drag that browser with me. And we'll go to the screen. Where are you at? Foreground. Paste you in. You can go here, and then we can drag that foreground up a bit. How can we do this? We can try to work it out a little bit. It's a work in progress for sure. Alright, I'll drag this down, and then I'll crop this, and then I'll move you here. And I think that should work. Okay. In 1 second, then let me go ahead and bring this down here. We should be all good to go. There we go. Alrighty, so it seems you're at an elevator and you have some time to spare. Lucky you! And since you have some time to spare and you're totally not being trapped here, let me just slide right in. Say hi, say hello. Since you have some time, why don't I just use that time up? And to do that, I'm gonna talk about my game for a minute. And that is Necrotype Cafe. at the shiny effects now. And I will talk about Necrotype Cafe for 1 minute. That's what's up there, but it's not that long. Hold on. Let me slide myself over a little bit. 1 minute. I'll give you the pitch and see if you like it, see what you think. And we will start that minute now. Alrighty then. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a game, well, it's a cafe sim where the mechanic is typing. You are a necromancer, and the game system, the game's mechanics, the way the world works is by poetry. So you're tasked with typing out poetry to cast your spells. You're not that good at other spells aside from necromancy, so you're gonna have to raise the undead to get your baking aspiration across. It's a typing rhythm game where it's a cafe sim. So you type to serve customers and you do it on beat. And there's a ton of fun effects, fun animations, all those fun things. But the whole goal is to make typing fun, make spellcasting fun, and create a system where it's not alchemy this time around, it's words. We're using our words. We're crafting spells, in a sense, with typing. And that's the timer. That is it. Oh boy, oh boy. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you for stopping at the elevator. I know this wasn't voluntary, but I like to consider it voluntary. With that out of the way, let's go to concepts. And here we are, and again, let me go ahead and paste that chat so I can see it, since it doesn't want to work today. Okay, so this is the entirety of what we've been doing the past few streams. It's kind of just written out and everything. You loved a little skit. I'm glad you did. Welcome, Tup. Yep. I have fun with it. It helps me figure out what I'm trying to do. Also, you see it's a rhythm game now. It's kind of sort of. It'll be a rhythm game in the sense you have to keep on beat when you're typing. And that's about it. But I think rhythm kind of, I'll show you. You'll see. I think rhythm kind of shows off what it's supposed to be. It's not just going to be typing, you have to type to the beat. That's why it's considered a rhythm game at this point. All of this stuff is from previous streams, but what we need to look at is over here, where in the first stream we broke down some typing games. If I can go all the way back up here. Oh, where is it at? Oh boy. There's so much I'm getting lost. Here, down here. So, typing games, game juice. The best way to explain it is that game juice has color to the screen. It's to make an effect. It's to add a way for the player to feel an impact on what they're doing. For example, if you're walking, you can feel the surface below your feet. When you're walking, you can hear the sounds of your footsteps. When you're walking, you can see the room changing as you're moving. In a game, maybe the colors might change when you do a certain task. You might hear a sound effect for certain things. You might have a screen shake effect for explosions. So as an example, and all of these things just help add impact to whatever you're making. So the goal is that we're going to make my typing game have impact. And this is part of the cafe sim. My goal is to make something that I can put up on itch, so all of you can try it out in the next week or two and give me your feedback, all of the bug testing, and then after that, I can move on to the cafe part of the game. And that'll be fun. Let me go ahead and make sure I can write, and I want to make sure I'm also doing it small enough. Previous times, I did it too big, and that meant when I made everything smaller, didn't want to work correctly. Let me go ahead and... Oh, where are we at? Let's go down here. Alright. So game juice. Game juice. Let me zoom in a little bit more. A little bit easier. You believe you'll make it and it'll be an amazing game? Thank you! I'm hoping. I'm excited. It's a far bigger game than my first one. The stakes are a little high. ICE. I'm hoping I can have something made in 3 months by October, since it's a pretty spooky game, but we'll see. The game juice. And I'll add some marks, but I'll show you what I have, and then we can kind of brainstorm to see what we can maybe make. And since we're brainstorming, let me go ahead and... Oh, what button is it? Let me make sure it's, is it this button? I don't know the buttons, but hold on. Let me... Dun dun, where am I going? Give me 1 second. There, I had to do a wardrobe change. Voila! Okay, here in Godot, I have made some changes, as I said before, since the last time we did this, which was on Friday. Not too many changes, but there's a few. Yep, Green Octo is back. He is. He's here to help. Have you studied in anything in music theory or whatever it is that isn't color theory? Nope! I only recently started learning about music just to figure out the whole beat system. It's still a mess, but it's a little bit of a less of a mess. Hello, Obo, welcome. And does it have a name? It does. The game is called, oh, you mean the Octo. Yes, it does. His name is Bobby. Bobby the octopus. Let me go ahead and open up this and reopen it. For a second, I thought you were asking about the game name. But indeed, his name is Bobby. He's here for emotional support. Here is the game currently. As you can hear, there's a tick for each, and that is the rhythm part of it. That's the metronome. And I've added a feature to it where you can change the pace, which will be added. Well, in the game, different spells I'm thinking will have different paces you'll have to do for typing. So some will be fast, some will be slow. And isn't that cool? It changes dynamically. I was so happy when I got it working. Hey, welcome back, Toolshed. Hi. Let's see. This is the normal setup. Yep, nice, indeed. And here in the game, it won't be this screen. This is just a testing screen. Good progress since you last did it. Yep, it's great. It's going great. Welcome back. In the game, it'll be a spellbook, so this is just the testing screen. But you have 2 parts of the spells. It's flavors. So because it's a cafe, you're making food, but you're not cooking food, you're summoning food because you're a necromancer. So you have 2 different flavors and you'll have to summon depending on the food. And then you can click generate and it gives you a poem. And that was a headache to figure out, but we did it. And each poem has 4 verses and you can change different poems to get different things, and we'll have tons of different flavors here. That's so cool, thank you. The game looks cool, thank you. Yeah, it's coming along great, a lot better than I thought. And then in here, this bar, I'm not sure if I'll hide it, but for now it's here. And this bar, when I type, and if I don't type to the beat, you can see goes red and it tells you got it wrong. I'm thinking at least for game juice, maybe we can have a sound that tells you got it wrong. But let me try to actually go on beat. Okay. THEBITTERTASTE. And since it's a little slow to test, let me move up the speed just because I can and do OFCURORSES, LINDERSINDHESMOKE, comma. And when you go to the next one, it goes, and then it does it for that entire way. And I'll show you the end screen. And typing, it does take a second. And that was my concern as well. I think maybe the poems might be a little bit too long. I'm not too sure. We'll have to test that out. But for now, that's the length of the poems. I wanted to show you the end screen, which is here. And all I have to do is just make this true. Yep, you better memorize your key position, folks. Yup, that is what typing games are for. They make it very hard. They make it hard, but they make it nice. And the goal is to add some fun to typing really fast. Well, yeah, you're gonna be writing out poems. That's what all of these are. Not correct poems at the moment, but let's see. So sugary, it ruins the throat. Oops. It's no laughing joke. And I just disabled it checking for it being on beat. Just to show off what it's not, well, afterwards. So I don't have to spend time waiting for it. Where flavors link from bitter thoughts through sugary, oops, smoke, comma, through whispered spells and creations, ink, oops. And when you finish it, it has a finish screen. And I'm not too sure at the moment. I thought the beat thing might be fun because it adds another element, but it might drag on a little bit too much. But I'm thinking there can maybe be a power-up you can get where you don't have to type on beat, you just type. So it can kind of add a bit of oomph to the game. It could be fun in that way. Let me change this back to false before I forget. One of the changes I made along with updating the metronome system was that initially I had all of the spells in, oops, there we go. Initially I had all the spells in one text, one label. I've separated them into different labels, and I'm hoping that'll help us today especially, so maybe we can add some moving text, some fun elements without having to worry about the other parts of the text. So if we go back in here, and let me pull up the window here again. What do you think I could add that can make it a little bit more fun to play? Game juice. Right now this is the base, but what are some fun elements? I'm thinking maybe one fun thing, and let me lower this a little bit so I can hear myself. Well, I lowered it on the air, but I can still hear it very loudly. Here. That's a little better. But what are some elements do you think? I'm thinking let's first start off with maybe a score system to count and check to see how fast you were able to do it. I think that could be fun to start off with. Then maybe, and that's another thing as well, it freezes. That's because my computer freezes and my Godot freezes, and I'm wondering, will it freeze on other people's computers? I'm very curious to test that once I put it up on itch. For now, I'm thinking we need a score system, we need a sound effect, and we need some moving parts to this to make it a little bit more fun. Another part is this here, which is the pace of the beats. I based it off of actual pacing in music, and it's not 100% accurate. But these are just 5 different levels of speed. And there used to be this show called Little Einsteins, and it was about music and learning music, and as I was doing my research on trying to figure out what tempos and beats were, I was like, oh wait, I know that show. Used to watch it all the time. What about images or art that bounces or moves to the beat as well? Visual, basically, that, then the flashing bar. We could do that. Let me go back over to concept and write all of these down so I don't forget. Okay. Points. That was one. Oops. It's way too big. Let's do this big. Let's see. Maybe a little bit bigger. Like this. Points. Let's see. The points. Moving text. Being ing ext. And then you said, what about images or art that bounces or moves to the beat as well? Visuals, basically, other than the flashing bar. Let's see. Moving. Visuals. Oops. Moving visuals. ALS. We could maybe add a screen shake. Let me add those. And one thing to keep in mind as well. Oops. I did it the wrong color. Hold on. White. And then screen shake. Screen shake. Let's add some maybe sound effects. Maybe some music too, but we'll see. Sound effects, possibly music. Now, it's important to keep in mind, the way I'm gonna build this is that it's its own minigame. So you could play it without even the cafe part. Cafe is an add-on to it. But in the cafe, I wanna try to keep as many elements as I can to keep within the game itself. In the game, and I'm looking for it, there's a little bit of a miss here, and I'm thinking about switching programs for writing it out, as this is the furthest I can zoom out, and I can't see a thing, but I'm looking and I'm searching, and here it is. Okay. Up here, we have the UI I was thinking about. Maybe this is the game screen, right? And this is the game. And then when you go to do your typing, this is the spell screen. That's the screen that we're working on right now. So if it's this vertical, or not vertical, but if it's this long box, so yeah, vertical box, and this is the poem, and this is you typing, you're typing, yeah, that's the poem here, and then this is maybe your spell book down here. Like trying to figure out that space. So if there's a image or art that's moving, how would we do it moving? Let's see. Let me copy this over. I don't have a full idea of what I want the layout to look like quite yet, but it is nice to just keep some ideas. I definitely do like other things moving as well. I was thinking either having the screen look like this, or having the screen look like this, where when you do a spell, I don't even think I explained, this is, you're walking into the room, right? This is the main character. This is a summoning ritual for the food. This is maybe a desk, some bookshelves, some crates and boxes. Presently surprised that my handwriting looks a million times better than yours. Thank you. I'm gonna quick handwriting, but I appreciate it a lot. Let's see. I do like writing on the tablet as well. It's nice. So either there's a tab here that pulls out, or there's a tab from the screen that pops down, and it leaves you with that as the part of the screen. So either I'm thinking the spell game will look like this, or it'll look like, let me rotate it. Rotate. Oops, how'd I rotate? Well, I guess we're rotating like this. So it'll either look like that or like this. And in that sense, it's like, okay, well, where's the poem going at? I kind of like this layout a little bit more for the poems at the bottom, but I want you to look at your spells as well. So maybe here, and then your spell book can go here. Oh, like this. You're reading your spell book and you have your spells on screen. But if it's a spell like this, then we can have all of this as a spell. And that could look nice. And if it's like this, then it's a matter of figuring out, okay, well, it's like that. Where would the images go at? Things of that nature. Because I do like the image idea. I don't know, because the flashing bar is gonna go away. But if that's the case, how can we indicate it being on beat? Maybe we can have it indicate being a beat with music, but I do like the idea of a visual notifier that shows you when you're on beat or not, like a go and stop like we have. Maybe we can have a dot in the corner that changes color, or a symbol of some sort that says stop, go, stop, go. Would it be like a menu list of orders that customers request? Yep. I'm thinking of adding, and let me zoom out a little bit. This might be the cafe area where this is the stairway. These are some tables, crates. The perspective is not here, but it's an idea at the moment at least. And when you walk in, I'll show you the initial look. That's a little bit easier to explain if I can figure out how to move. You go all the way back up here. And the idea here was that you had the menu was up here, and you had customers that would order, and their menus, after you take their menus, will pop up here. The idea is with the flavor and everything, you're gonna have, here was a idea for it as well, where you have the verses that pop up here, you have the character here, and then the list of orders, and you can choose and select, and then when you press start, So maybe we should do it this way. I kind of like this idea more visually, kind of more going on, and it kind of holds to that idea. Let me select this, and I think I grabbed everything. And let me move back to where we were. Layouts are definitely, I'm always interested in how layouts work for a game. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger and move this. So yeah, maybe the character sprite changes visually to indicate when to speak and when not to. Maybe she kind of bobs back and forth to the beat, like there's a beat in her head. That could be fun. This was the flavor combination I was talking about here, where the customer would have 2 different colors indicating what flavor they wanted, and then maybe an icon for the food. You would have to choose 2 flavors and the food type. And then you would cast it. So with that in mind, let's start off with making a score system. And where'd we go? Let me pull. Oh boy, I'm getting lost. Yeah. Thinking I like concepts, this program I'm using, but at the moment it's not too handy. And too handy in the sense that I am now lost. It's here somewhere. Is it down here? Or... oh boy. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, here. Here we are. Okay. I will grab all of this and move it to where we are with the game screen. That makes it 10 times easier. There we go. Let's start with the point system. And save. And I will go back over to Godot. Yep. Customers have a menu list of orders, and then you have to go into the back. And I'm thinking there's going to be certain upgrades, like because you're a necromancer and you can raise the dead, and she's a very proficient necromancer, so maybe she can later in the game hire a skeleton butler or a skeleton waiter who can go around and get the orders. Things like that. Fun things, I'm hoping. With that said, we need a point system. Actually, back to concept, because I've made a point system before in my first game, but I'm not too sure how we're gonna do it this time. If we're gonna do points, how do we determine points? Because I think that's very important to figure out. So points, because I was thinking in the sense, how would you fail typing the, typing the spell, saying the spell. Up here, where is it at? It's here somewhere. But how do you fail in typing the spell? How do we keep track of spell? Here we are, score. I'm thinking maybe some sort of 5-point score system where you have fail, you have perfect, so if you can get 100%. And with that in mind, let me go ahead and copy all of that. And, oh, do I have to hit escape? Did concept freeze on me? Oh, all of it froze. Oh boy. Okay, so let's move back to where we were. I just grabbed that point part. I grabbed all of it, apparently. I only want a portion, if you could. Did I move it? I did move it. Okay, I think we're good now. Alright, let me grab all this for our points. And yeah, that symbol indicates, but it's freezing whenever I try to select it. Oh, I know why. This is from my tablet, when I was designing on my tablet. Okay. So it's a whole image screen cap. Since that's the case, we'll have to write it out. I know exactly why it's having such issues. It's a really big file. Okay. So that said, we have maybe our perfect. Oops, that's way too big. That's small enough. So we have perfect. We have perfect. Maybe we have nice. And then we have okay. Y. Poor. And then maybe fail. Poor and fail. The idea of Bali. Fail. And the idea was thinking it was like a point system. So 5 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars. But maybe we should just stick to maybe okay, perfect, or fail. I mean, we could always change it later, but we could start with 3. And I think we can definitely be forgiving when we're doing the point system. Let me change the colors on this. And then copy you a bunch of times and move ya here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's 4. 5. I don't know why I did all of those guys when I could have just done like this. You'll live and you learn. Now we have 3 of them, so we need 2. And then we need 2 of you guys. And then 1. Like that. A point system where it's perfect, nice, okay. Now, I don't want perfect to be perfect. I want a little bit of forgiveness with the system because it's supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be hardcore accurate, but you gotta feel like you're accurate. It's like the forgiveness system when you're pressing on a key and the key detecting if you pressed it or not, or if you're trying to hit something and you're hitting nearby but you're not hitting directly on it, but enough that it feels like you're hitting it. So for now, let's have a fail. Oops. Let's have a fail in the way of if you maybe get 10 wrong. That could be a thing. Maybe if you, not 10 wrong or, yeah. For now, let's say if you get 10 misses. 10 misses equals game over. A-M-E over. And then for perfect, I'd say perfect can maybe equal, let's see, perfect. E-C-T. Perfect equals, I'd say maybe 80%. Or not 80, 90%. 90%. And then we can maybe say, okay, as our third one for now. Okay is, okay, well, if you get 10 misses, I mean time-wise, okay. I say okay, is I right? Okay. Okay is, we'll say okay can be, maybe, okay can be 60. And then we can do poor. Poor equals 30%. I just realized game over is not the same as fail. And fail is death, 0. And we want a way to add that. But these percents are time. The game isn't based in music time. I have a lot of timers going, so I'm thinking we can have a way to get the max time possible. Let me write that down. Max time of each spell. E-E-L-L. So you get the max time of each spell, and then you can figure out the percentage based on that, how well you did. Because you'll need the max time of each spell, and you'll also need the current metronome beat. The metronome setting. So metro, E-R-O, gnome, setting. E-T-T-I-N-G. Okay, let's work on that then. And I can save it. Now we can go back to Godot. And let me make sure as well I grab this chat. And here we are. Back in good old classic Godot. And let me speak chat a little bit. Not, well, actually, I have it right here, don't I? It is 500 by 300. And then 500 by 300. And then I can go ahead and move you there and crop ya. And that should be good to go. Let me make sure. That test. Yep, okay, we're good. And in that case, step 1 is getting the system of score points. So in here, that should be easy enough. I have a class called spell, and these are all of our spells. Now our spells are gathered up from a resource, a JSON resource, and that is exported into here. But for here, all we need to do is add a way to get the length of the verses. Because each verse, here, one of these, counts as a verse. And then we'll add all the verses up. and get the spell point amount. And I think it's good to add it to here because then we could just say get spell value or get spell point amount. Let's see, we need a function that can add up all characters in verses. Now, right now, I have it so that it doesn't count spaces. Let's add that in mind. Ignore spaces. Right now, everything else but spaces doesn't count. Everything else but spaces counts. There we go. So we have add all characters in verse. And then we need to ignore the spaces. Get spell points. How about that? Get spell points. And then we'll have a const, because this won't ever change. A const, well, it changes when we make it, right? So it's gonna have to be a variable for now. So var points. And then an int. Right now we'll set it to 0. But we need a set points. I think that's it. We need a set points. So an underscore. There we go. Underscore set points. And then now we need to go through the verses. All the verses. Oops. There we go. A void function. There we go. Let me make sure okay. Sometimes the Godot screen pops up twice. So func set points. And then we need for verse in verses. As our verses is, let me put a pass here so it doesn't get angry. Pass. In our verses, it's a packed string array. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Packed string array, an array of strings. That's all it is. So for verse in verses. So now this is each verse. And what we want to do here is add up all of the characters. So this would be, I want to see if there's a function in Godot to get rid of certain characters in a string. Let's see. Let's go to Firefox. This Firefox, and then Godot get rid of characters in string. We'll see. How to remove a specific character from string. How do we do it? Let's see. Mine, it is strip. Removes the character at the beginning of the string, not the appearance. Use replace. Okay. There is a way to do it. All we have to do is do as Godot's freezing. And since Godot's frozen, we take Go out of break. Because it does like to do that on me. And it doesn't even happen. Well, it still happens even if I'm not streaming. Well, it's definitely not a streaming issue, thankfully. That still happens from time to time. Okay, so the function we can use is called .replace. It is this guy right here. .replace. So for verse in verses, we need to first make a temporary string. Well, temporary place to hold the string. So let's see. Verse. Current verse. How about that? Current verse. This is just a temporary variable, as I don't want to change the actual variable. So for right now, this is just a string. And our current verse equals verse. So just casting it for a minute. And then after that, we do current verse dot replace space with nothing. That should get rid of all the strings. And then what we should be able to do is just do current verse dot length. And it should give us the length of the string. And then we can go to points plus equal current verse plus length plus equal length. And then that adds all of the points, hopefully. So we can kind of test this. We can go here to our spell list, and you can kind of see all the spells combined together. I always think it's really cool. All of these, we'll have to see if we can get a length size or spell size. So let's go back here. And now that we have that function, what we have to do is when we're loading up our spells, so in Spell Manager, that's where we load the spells by actual resource, which is, oh man, by the data in the path. Never done that before. Let's see. Once we're done with for flavor and flavor verse, we need to parse the flavor charts. That's what this is. Oh, not flavor. We need to parse the spell data. And from there, we need to go through each spell and add the spell to the spell book. And as well as do that, this is parsing each spell. Gotcha. Okay. So, spell book dot, or I guess, this is adding the new spell. So we can just say new spell dot set, new spell dot set points. It'd be like that, but without the underscore. I heard, at least, underscore is when you have something inside. I'm trying to stay up to date with the casting. We'll remove that, and we should be good to go with our spell manager, new spell dot set points. And then, on our generate button, where is that at? In our spell screen, once a spell is made, so back up here, each time a spell is made, let's go ahead and do, oh, down here at our new spell, let's go ahead and just do as a test and do print spell dot points. And then we can check and see if it's right or not. So here we'll type points, do a space and a plus to add everything together. And why does that not work? Because it isn't it. So we have to type it to a string. Like that, right? Yep. Okay. And now, when we load it up, what's going on here? It sometimes does that, where it just deletes random things out of the blue. We deleted a random O, but everything's working now. Let me turn that up a little bit, and then I can open up the window so you can take a look. Oops. Didn't open it up the way I wanted it to. Up here, and then you can see below there. So once we choose a spell, it should give us the spell points. 180. And this is So Sugary Runs Through the Throat. Then we can go back to, where is it at? It would be in our, where is it at? Our opera. It'll be here in our sheets. So Sugary. Okay, I know which one that is. We can go ahead and close it. And the point number is 180. So let's see if it's right and double check that. And we can go into our, where we're keeping our spells at currently, and that's in Google Sheets. Yep, Google Sheets. And let me pull that up. Let me double check that it is the right Google Sheets. And I'll grab that chat, and we can go in here. And then I can just paste that chat up there and transition. Oh, here we are. Hi, welcome back. Google Sheets, isn't this neat? All of these spells can be typed out here, and then I can go back and add everything else. Now here is where we have to test. It printed out this spell right here, which was a sweet spell, and now we'll just have to translate this into a character counter. Now, how to do that? Let's see. I'm thinking probably just open up a thing, right? And get character counter. Character counter. Character counter. And then I'll copy this into a character counter. So Sugary. And we'll get rid of all of the faces as well. And here, I'll show it to you on here. This guy. There you are. Oh, hold on. Let me grab the browser. There. You should be good to go now. And I'll put you up here for now. I'm going through and I am getting rid of all these guys. I should put you here. It might be a little bit easier. Now, there's probably a really simple way to do it, but I just want to make sure externally, not in Godot, that it's counting it right. So the number was 180. That's the number we're looking for. Paste that in there and just get rid of all of these guys. Where the flavor link, and then copy and paste. And backspace, backspace. And all these go. And one more. Which is this one. And, I'm not seeing 180. That is interesting. Yeah. This is giving me 156. So let's compare what it's actually printing out and seeing where it gets that information from. And to do that, we'll have it print out the text and see what it gives us. We can go back to Godot. And back in Godot, let's see. We can go back into our spell and we can print current verse. We can do that. And then because we're working on this single spell, to get everything working, all we can do is go back in here and do get rid of all of these. Let's see, so sweet, where is it at? Yup, that's the one we have. And I can go and get rid of all of these without any worry because we have everything saved externally. Change that ID to 0, and it should work with the game. But sweet, making sure that's right, and then sweet, and there it is. So sugary, run down the throat. We know that's in there, and we see it here. Now I'm wondering where it's printing from. Ah, here we go. So current verse dot replace, and it's printing everything the same. The replace isn't working. Replace replaces all occurrences of what's inside the string with the given for what. Interesting. Not doing what I needed to do. That's what it's saying. Replace, repeat, path join. We don't need any of those. But our replace isn't replacing. And that is interesting. We could always do it the old-fashioned way with just a loop. But I don't want to do that. I want to try to figure out why this isn't working. We'll print current verse before. Print current verse after. And then we'll just print a separator. And some equals. Okay. It's printing the same thing. Reassign current verse. The replace function returns a string. Oh, I did not know that. Thank you. Okay, let's give that a go. Yeah, that is interesting. I thought you could just do the thing. It usually does it. Godot's frozen, so water time. But yeah, thank you. Thank you a lot, Top, as I would probably be scratching my head for a very long time. So what that means is we can entirely change the way we're doing this at the moment. It's still frozen. And now it's deciding to revisit. Oh, are we back? Hello? Oh, we're good. Okay. That means I can just do this and then do baseless. Baseless first. Like that. And then we can do print baseless first. And see what comes out. And oh, okay, there's no more spaces. Oh, okay, that hasn't been this whole time, I hope. There we go. Now it's printing, and that's great. Now we just need to get the length, and the length is bum bum. Oh, does not give a length. Oh, I didn't print a length. Did I? I feel like I did. Points dot equal spaceless first dot length. And then in our, where is it at? Full screen, it should print the points. But oh, I know why. We have to select it. That's why. Here we go. There we go. 156. And what was our thing? 156. All right, so it's working. Hey yo, you have doubles on. Yep. Oh, again? Oh, thank you for letting me know. Oh boy. And welcome. Well, this time around. Okay, now we should be good to go. Thanks for letting me know. Is it out? Let's see. Yep, okay. Now we're good to go. Points are working, and we have 156, which lines up with our 156. And I can go ahead and close that word counter, since that's working now. Now each spell is being assigned a point. And then now what we can do, since we have this test point in our spells, now we can just get points, which is nice. In our spell screen now, we need to figure out a way to keep track of all these points and everything. I'm thinking with our spell screen, we should probably have it maybe, I'm trying to think of responsibilities here. Spell screen doesn't really have to, no, it does. It needs to know the spells, current spells stuff, so it can tell the score tracker, or it can update the score tracker. And I think, yeah, okay. Let's see, how can we do this? What I want to do, and let me make sure all this is good. Yeah, it's add up all characters and verses, Norse. What I want to do, and easier to type it on here, so I'll do it that way. And this is spellcaster screen, which is the overall screen. And I don't think we'll do it on here, but I'll type it here so I can figure out what I want to do. But I want a place to store and maintain where points go. And the question is, alright, well, how do we do that? We have the points, that's done. And we have the metronome beat. The metronome points. Okay. Math time. We need to figure out how many beats it takes per... Yeah, we need to figure out how many beats it would take to get that number. And that is just, let's see, in metronome, if I click it, you can see here, this is where the beat's set. So every time it counts this beat, we can have the metronome say, hey, a beat just happened, as a signal. So I think that's what we can do. We can have a global signal that just said, beat happened. So signal, beat. And then we can have the signal connect. And we can go back to our metronome, go back up here to our ready, and then, or no, not in our ready. Down here, we can just say utility dot beat and what is it? Dot emit? Yeah, emit. And it emits the beat each time. That's the counter. And now we have the counter, we have the number. We also need to know the time, the metronome beat points. That's all of these. And each of these is a number. That's what I'm trying to figure out. All right, each time a beat happens, but technically we don't even need to know anything about the beats or how fast they're going. We just need to know each time a beat happens, and it takes care of the rest. So never mind, we don't have to worry about sending over the speed. So all it has to do is just say, hey, a beat happened, and then we can count scores somewhere else. Now that we have that done, we can go back here. A place to store and maintain where points go. We have our points, well, we have our max points, or our spell points, and we also have our beats. And now we just need to do, once the beats reach that maximum, or we need to count how many beats we got, the total. So the spell points is the maximum you can get. That's the perfect, but we can kind of shave off a few points of perfect. So it doesn't have to be 100%. And then, or maybe it should be 100%. We can try that. And then beats. A place to store and maintain where points go. Now the question is, where do we put those points at? And, let's see. On spell, we can also add maybe a thing to say when our spell is done. On windscreen, maybe we can signal spell is over. Once the windscreen is called, just turns all the spells into one color. Yep, and that only happens once, I believe. Let me see if I can find it. Change spell, no, no, it's not there, it's here. If first index is and the spell equals true and windscreen return. And this happens multiple times. So here in windscreen, we just need it to emit once. Or say the spell's over. Something to that extent. So let's see. Index and container get children.size. Windscreen. So, how can we do this so it only happens once? Back in here when we do Windscreen. I only want it to happen once. So change verse. Let's see. If verse end of spell equals true. A little hard to read when it's so big. Go back here. And change verse happens every time we get to the end of the verse. So once this is here, if end of spell. So it doesn't happen multiple times. If end of spell. I'm thinking if character index equals, we do it here then. We'll have to omit something here because it only happens once. So if character index equals spells verse, change verse, and then we need a way to say spell over. So let's go ahead and go back to utility and do a signal for spell finished. Casting, or how about casting ended? Casting finished. And maybe we have a signal for casting start. Casting start. And then for the casting start, we can put in the spell. So it has a reference to the spell that it's going to be casting. So signal casting start, signal beat, signal casting finish. And I think those will be good to have. And then we can make it a node. And then back on here, we can go back to our spellcaster, or spellcaster menu. And then we can have here global, or not global, I renamed it to utility dot casting finished. And then we have that. And then we need to have, dot emit. There we go. Utility casting finish dot emit. And then when we change a spell, we have a, we go back up here. Every time we change the spell, we have end of spell start. And then, for index in spell size, container, all that's good. And then we have the casting start, and then we emit the spell. Now, another thing I wanted to take into consideration was the actual start of the typing, and I think the beats should only start once the player has typed their first thing. With that in mind, what we'll do instead then is do this, not in change spell, but in a first typed. On first typed equals true, I think might help. So on first typed, start the timer, or say spell has started. And that way you can miss the first one and all of that, and you'll be good to go. So change spell, we need the new spell, but we also need to say spell start. We have the spell, I think, let's just say utility that casting start, or casting entered. How about that? Casting entered. And then casting start equals true, like a bool. Instead of casting start, it's casting entered. And then we have a variable called casting start, casting equal to true. And casting is just its way of keeping track. So it's bool and it equals false for now. Start casting equals false. And then when we do a new spell, back up in here, we can set it for utility dot casting, start casting equals false, just as a first one. And then you'll need a variable, I think, for the let's just do another row because it's something different. The variable for entered first entry. Did first entry. And we'll set that to false. Yeah. So did first entry equal to false? And then the first time you enter it, it'll be set to true. And then each time you change the spell, we'll also make sure that our did first entry equals false again. It's each time the reset of the change spell. And then back down here when we get our user input, on user input, if end of spell, return, but if it's not the end of spell, if first, did first entry, no, refine that. No, yeah, if not, that's gonna have to be changed. If not first entry. So if first entry equals true. I think that's better. If first entry, let's go back up here, rename this to first entry. And then replace all, first entry equals true. It always sets to true. And then down here, when we change the spell, let's set first entry back to true. And then back down here, if it is first entry, then we send the utility dot, utility dot casting, or utility dot, which one is it? Casting entered? No, we know our casting entered, but to start counting, what do we call it? I do forget these things very quickly. I called it start casting equals true. And then we just go back to our spell list and do utility dot start casting equal true. Oops, there we go. Utility dot start casting equals true. And then what we can do is do start casting equals false. So once the start casting equals true, and now that we have all of that done, we don't have to hold the spellcaster in here. We can do it in this spell screen. It doesn't have to be in the spellcaster menu. Let's do here, we do controlled node for now. I think that'd be easiest. Maybe another, I'm still learning control nodes. Maybe a margin node for now. Or just a container. And, yeah, okay. Let's go to our spellcaster menu. That's a little bit easier. And then add a margin container. And in that margin container, we'll have a label. And the label is for points. Maybe we can do that. Current points. And then we need a, yeah, I think this is fine. We can for now call this scorekeeper. And then this is just score label. But we'll just say, no, we'll do label. Scorekeeper label. Label. And that guy can be up there. Now, this can be a little bit bigger. And the label can also be a bit bigger. The words itself, so let's make the theme override, make it bigger. Font size, I think that's it. We should probably make this a rich text as well, shouldn't we? Just to be on the safe side. In case we want to add some magical effects to it. Let's go ahead and do change type, rich text label. There we go. And then make sure that code is enabled and go back to our theme overrides and our styles and our sizes, normal, and try 10. Oh, okay. Try 30. Maybe 40. For now, that seems good. Just a way to tell on screen what your points are. And maybe we can move it a little bit, or no, does not want to be moved. That is the way it must be, I say. Okay then. In our margin container as well, let's do theme overrides. No. Oh no, yeah. Constants. Move this over a little bit from the left, like 20 maybe, and move it down a little bit so we can see it a little bit better. 20. There. That way it's a little bit easier to see on screen. And now with that in mind, we can go ahead and attach a script. And that is our scorekeeper. And we can go ahead and do extends margin container. Alright, so all of our score stuff gets trapped in here. And I had this in our spellcaster. Let's go ahead and move that to our scorekeeper. And in our scorekeeper, I place the store and maintain where points go. Let's go ahead and link up in our func ready, right? Yeah, func ready. and we need to attach all of these utility guys. Back in utility, we have our beat, casting, and entered. Those were the 3 we had. We can go back in our scorekeeper. Speaking of, that scorekeeper's gotta get moved to spellcasting. Yeah, stays in spellcasting. It can stay in here. Goes under spell screen, metronome. Trying to keep everything organized. It definitely gets a lot bigger the more it goes on. But go ahead and do all of these. And I know there's a way to do it. I'm trying to learn. There's a way to make all of this. Shift Alt? No. Control Shift? Nope. There's a button where you can just change all of those. Don't remember which one though. Well, not a button, like multiple. Oops. With too many buttons at the same time. Okay. We can go ahead and do utility. Oops. Where'd our beat go? Utility. Li. UTI. UI. Dot. And it got rid of our beat. Which is unfortunate. But dot. Beat. Dot. Connect. That's what we want. Utility.beat.connect. And our beat is... Okay, yeah. Our start casting is a... All these are functions. So if we go back to our scorekeeper, we need to do utility dot, and then do dot connect. I don't think we have to have the thing in there, but we'll see. Dot beat. So func. We'll just say on beat for now. And go ahead and void and pass. And then we can say in here, utility.beat.connect is on beat. That is what it connects to every time there's a beat. And then we can say utility.casting. Go ahead and just copy and paste this. So on casting, entered. And then func on casting, finished. And we need a spell, which is spell. And then that goes here. And I think this works because we have that inside. And then we have on casting finished, goes here. All of those get linked up. On beat, now we need a points. Yeah, we need a points and we need a max score. So now we need a way to figure out all of the types for the scores. Almost looks like a state machine, does it? It's kind of a state machine in a way, right? A state of tracking the points, a state of not tracking it. It froze. Let me drink some water. And definitely, yeah. It definitely is a state of, are we tracking? Running, entered, exited. Ah, I haven't done a state machine before, but I have seen them. Interesting. I haven't, the purpose wasn't to make a state machine, but maybe a state machine's what we need. Let's go ahead and do a var called points. And that'll be an int. And for now, it equals 0. We need a var for current, or no, max points. Max points. And that'll be also an int of 0. We need on-beat, the off-beat casting. That's all good and dandy. But we also need, because again, we need a place to store and maintain. So on beat or on casting entered, this is where we can set up, but here, set up points, possible points, I think. And then on casting finished, what we can have happen is get max score and print, I think. And then back up here, we can do a enum for status, score. What do you think? If it's score state, score status, level? Maybe difficulty, or what would you call it? The perfect, nice, okay. We can call it level for now, but I feel like it should be something different. For now, it's level And then I think I just do this, right? Level. And then we have, what was it? Okay. We have fail. Hold on, let me just pull it up for easier. Okay, nice. Or, yeah, I'm thinking we can have okay, nice, or fail. Perfect. Start with the worst. I always like doing it from the least to greatest. So fail. Then we move on to poor. Then we move on to okay. Nice. Okie. Okay, nice. Perfect. Oop. Perfect. There we go. Okie. Okay. There we go. And then, let's see. Did you study programming? For about 2 years, I went to a college for programming, for game development specifically, a long time ago. Well, not a long time ago, a few years back, but I had to drop out due to health reasons. But I studied C++. The game that we're remaking is actually my final project. It's my final project that I did for the college. So we're updating that final project that I had to do on Visual Studio into here with Godot. And it's going from C++, which I coded it in, to this, which is Qt script, which is like Python. Yeah, I do have a background in programming and game programming. Indeed. Okay, so our level, poor, fail. We need a way to do percentage. And I'm thinking we kind of do it with here. For what I did with the metronome, you can see the enums are cool because they can hold ints and you can set the ints that they hold it to. So all I did is just, instead of having them have a const variable up here, I just set the enums to the number I wanted them to hold. And I'm thinking we can do that here for percentage-wise, like fail equals 0, poor equals so-and-so. Yeah, let's do that. Fail equals 0, perfect equals 100, nice equals, we can do, okay is 50. Well, no, okay is more like 75. Nice is like an 80. And poor is like 50. I think that's good. So from 0 to 50 is poor. From 50 to 75 is okay. From 75 to 80 is nice. Okay. In that case, anything from 99 to 80 would be nice. Right. Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll have to change this, but for now, this can stay the same. With that set in mind, now what we can do is do on casting entered, we need to get the max points. So we can start with that and do spell dot points equals max points. Now we have the max points, or I wrote that wrong. Other way. Max points equals spell points. And from there, what we need to do is do var max beats. And that goes in an int as well. I'm not sure if these need to be the same thing or if they can be different, but we'll see. But points is more so just the standard for the typing. That's the overall points. So the max points, switch to Twitch because you were having some audio issues on YouTube. Just pauses in audio while the stream kept going. Oh no, that's not good. Oh boy. Is it maybe a latency thing? I'm kind of learning, but Ow. Let's see. Sounds fun, but I'll definitely check afterwards and do an in-depth look. Let's see. Thank you for letting me know as well. Always trying to make sure it's working. Let's see. Now that we have our max points, we need to make percentage, right? So each beat that happens is a beat that could be a point. So we need maybe a var for beats that have past beats, maybe we can call it beats, and that's also 0. We'll probably get rid of a lot of these. These are just for now temporary. Let's see. Our past speeds equals 0. What I'm thinking is on casting entered. We need a way. Yeah, okay. So this is gonna have to be changed a little bit, as this only happens once when our casting is entered. So we need to do, we don't need that function after all back in our, our if first entry user casting equals utility dot start casting equals true. We need it to be here with our utility, where's it at? Here. No, not there. Hold on. Here. And then we can get rid of all of that. Because we start casting on the first type, and that kind of makes it better. We go back here and we do back in our scorekeeper. So on casting entered, max points equals spell points. That's true. And then our beats, now we can kind of count our beats. So on beat, past beats equals, or plus equals 1. Those are the past beats. But I'm thinking on casting entered, then we can set our bar. Yeah, okay. So what we can do is go back to our utility, set the start casting out of there. We don't need it. We need it in our scorekeeper. And then on here, what we can do is do if counting beats equals true, then we add our past beats. So if counting beats, past beats starts. And then if not, but once our casting entered, which starts when we start doing all of everything, when we start typing, the counting beats then equals true. Oops, true. Counting beats will then equal true. We also need a reset, but that's on the on counting finished. So once we enter everything and our spell starts, we get our max points and we get our counting beats. Next, then what we'll have to do is figure out a way to check between our beats, because if the beats passes the points, then we need a way to, we need a way to have it say, this is wrong. Let's see. Go back to our spell, and I think we need on here, oops, give it a second. I feel like it's freezing a little bit more frequently. Well, it's not good at all that YouTube is. Like, it's always YouTube, which is odd. It's sad, but I'll figure it out. It's a lot of trial and error. I've only been streaming for a month now, which is surprising. It hasn't felt like a month. Overall, though, let's see. Yeah, I'm just wondering how we're gonna make a percentage-wise. I guess we'll have to type out percentage. I think that will probably be it. We'll have to get a %. If it falls into this range, then it is this. So then, oh, where are we at? We're here. This crashes, it tells you got it wrong, and then it gives the red symbol. So I want a way to do utility, li dot, utility dot mist. It could be mist, it could be on mist, it could be player mist, but for now, utility.mist.emit. That's what I want to do. And then we can go back into our utility and do another signal for mist. And then our spellcaster screen should be happy, right? Yep. And then we can go back in here and again, do another connect. But on mist, we'll just do this. Utility.casting not finished, .connect, and we need it to be mist. And then we can do a func called on mist. On mist. And then void. So we need to check on the misses, because then we can get the failure if it happens to be a failure. So on mist, for now, pass. And then we can go ahead and connect it with our up here. So mist equals on mist. So on mist, we can do a var for current failures. Current failures. Current missed, I guess. That'd be better, right? Current missed int equal to 0. And then we can also do a var for var current missed. We can also do a const for max missed. And for now, let's set it to 10. If you miss 10, you're out of here. Or maybe we can make it 15. A little bit less of a bad thing. Actually, while we're testing, let's make it 5. So max missed will be max missed. Missed. I wrote it wrong. Missed. Let's just do not current missed. It's just missed. Missed equals missed plus equals 1. On missed, raised missed. And then we can do, after that, if missed is, if missed equals max missed, then we do a lose screen. We do casting finished. Maybe on casting finished. Oh, entered. Finished. You're done though. The game's over. And that ends the game. So for right now, this is counts misses and ends if over max. Ends if max is reached. Probably doesn't need a comment, but I do like adding them. On beat's easy. On casting entered. Now we can get back to that. On casting entered, we can also as well, if we go back to here and do our points, if we add a what would it be? A VBox container. Oh boy. We're definitely gonna have to dive into those once we get around to it. The VBox container with our label, and it begins. Oh, I had so much trouble with this when I was attempting to do it on my own for all of these. I need to do constants of separation maybe, and then do 10. I'll be truthful, I'm not sure how I even managed to do that. That label needs to be fit content. Ah, there we go. Okay. We have our label, and we'll just call it points. I think that's a little bit easier. Points, and then we have missed. So we can also keep track of how many we've missed. And then we can go back to the script. And now on casting points entered, max points equals, okay. The func on casting entered, spell equals, that's good. On their casting entered, we set the max points, then we set counting beats to equal true. And I think that's it. Now that we have the max points, we can do all of the math once everything's over. Counting beats equals true. And now we're counting beats. And then once we're done counting beats, so on casting finished, for now, let's just print counting beats, or let's print total, well, we'll just say past beats, right? Past beats plus equals, and then we can do string and do past beats. And then we can also say points equals, it'll say it on screen, but this will make it a little bit easier. Points equal string past beats, and it won't be past beats, it'll be points. It'll just tell us at the end, once our casting's finished, our total score. And then lastly, what we need to do is do here and here. And to do that, what we're doing is taking these two guys, and I'm thinking we make it our own VBox container points missed. Did it change its name? Oh no, okay. Scorekeeper's still here then. So we take our points and our missed. We can do, I believe it's Control-Shift. And then we can just, drag and drop those in there. So points label, and I like to do label just to make sure I know which is label. Label and missed. And then label points. And we can do down here, every time our past beats plus equals 1, we can set our label, our label points, dot text equal to, oops, no, this is right, points, and then plus string cast beats. And then on here, it'll be missed. It'll be labels.points, not labels.points, but labels.missed. And then missed. And then I think we'll be good. On missed, on label. Sometimes it's better to refer to UI, it knows what unique names. Your code won't break as you change your layout. Yeah, that is true. I remember, yeah, there's a way to do it through here. Right now, I'm not too sure how I'm setting everything up. When I'm cleaning, I'll go back and edit everything. I don't want to delete stuff, duplicate things, and all of that. But I did find that out recently. Thank you for reminding me as well. I might have forgotten. Let's see. Uncasting finished, uncasting beat. Okay, I think we're good. Once I do this, let's take a look. Hold up on here, and if I do this, points 156, and if I start typing, so that's a bit of an issue. Sure, just right click on any node and it should be there. Yep, I saw it. We have an issue. You can see up there the points. The points shouldn't be counting unless I get it right. It's a little off. And I know what we need to do. I know exactly why it's off. We need a hit. We go back up here. We have a utility missed, but we need a utility hit. Back down here, we have missed down here, and then we need to add utility scored. And then we'll be good. Type in utility. So missed and scored. That's a little off. I'm glad I caught that. And then we can go back to our scorekeeper and our utility casting entered on beat. Okay. We have on beat. On beat's good, but we need on scored. That's the, yep, passing beats. Our points shouldn't be in passing beats. That's the issue. So we can do, probably copy this one and do func on scored and then do points. That's where we change our points at. The points +1 and then label dot gross. Water break time. I'm really hoping we can get to the size and screen shake and all that stuff. But definitely points is gonna be important. The good news about making this beat signal is that now anytime a beat is made, we can say, all right, on beat here, we want this to happen. On beat here, we want this to happen. So we should be able to edit things a lot easier now that we have a signal that has on beat. Like for example, we can change the size of the text or something else of that sense. So on score, where were we at? Label missed, label points, and then points. So that should help now. We should be good to go. And on beat, we don't need this. If counting points past beat equals there. Now we should be good. And let's go ahead and give it another try. Just have to remember the, for some reason, easier way to keep track of the Godot screen, but that's how it is for now. So we have sweet, we have bitter, and we have generate. It tells us our points, and oh, we have a error. What does that mean? Oops. I'm glad I caught that. Hold on. The error is we need to put scored and then unscored. Glad I caught that. And we're good. Once more from the top. And we can go ahead and do it all over again. Let's see. So, sweet, generate. So, sugar. Okay, now it's counting. And if I miss, it counts our misses. And if I miss all the way, it tells us at the end points in our past beats. Okay, looking good so far. And now We just need a way to get the total points. And I also think we can do on hit. We can do some sound effects maybe in the scorekeeper. We can add some audio. Let's see. On casting finished. Nah. What we need now is our score, so our points are working. We just need a way to figure out the percentage and percent range. So we need to get maybe a function, or I want to keep on beat, on score, all of that stuff together. We'll keep all of that together. And we don't need to have on scored. That's pretty self-explanatory, but this, maybe not, so we'll keep that there. On casting entered, we started up, and on casting finished, we ended. This up here with our levels. Let's figure out this. So let's see. I don't like level. I think it should be something else, like maybe a percent? We could just say percent for now. Score percent. Scorekeeper score percent. Which is score total, score result. Yeah, how about that? Result. Fail, poor, nice. Okay, that feels a little bit better. And Windows over again. There we go. trying to remember, trying to keep everything. But I think results better. And let me do that as well. It looks like a grade. Ah, that's smart. Yeah, I like that better. Grade. That's perfect. Okay, we have all of that. Now what we need to do is, this is our on scores. I like those grouped together. These can stay together. Oops. And we can move this down here. So, funk. And I want to grade range. We need a grade range. We need a way to set the grade range. For right now, we'll just do set grade range. And we'll figure out the details later. And by later, I mean right now. And we'll do pass. What I want in here is a way to check to see. Check final. Get grade. How about that? Get grade. Get grade. Or set grade. Maybe something like that. Set grade's a little bit better. Check final. What is it? On casting finish. Yep. So it needs to check the final. It needs to check past beats. Beats. Or compare, really. Compare past beats with points. And then, yeah. Is that right? Compare past beats with points. Because your points will be your max points, I guess. Actually, your points are internal. You really don't see a points. The points is kind of for us. The points is the progress bar, but you don't really need to know your points because you need you need your max points. Eventually, your points will be with your max points. That makes sense. For example, you're at the end, your points are going to equal your max points. But I guess the points is good in the sense of you'll be able to see how far you got, like a score screen, something to that extent. So we'll do that. We'll do past beats and we'll do max. Oops, I copied the wrong one. Let's do this. Points, max points. And then we'll do max points. And max points can't be const because we're constantly setting it. All right, so set grade. Compare past beats with max points and set grade. So first we have to, let's see. We also need to get a range for each grade. And a range is percent. And that brings us back to the whole up here. Oops. It went down twice. I'll grab all of these guys so we can take a better look. Technically, we don't need to know what's going on here. I want it to be so we can set the grade range up here, and it takes care of all of this down here. This is a little bit easier just to see, to visualize. I'll put these down here, just so we know the names and everything. So get a range for each grade. Range is percent. So percent. Fail is 0, and I'm thinking we don't need to, if it's a fail, we can check that right away, right? If fail, if current grade, and we need a grade that is, we need a way to set the grade to undetermined. I guess maybe we can do null. That could be a thing. And set the grade to null if it's not a thing at the moment. Var points. We have max beats, we have pass beats. Our points can go here. Max points, max beats, counting beats. All of that can go together like that. And then we need to wait to do our var current grade. And then we can make it a grade. And then it can equal null. There we go. And then we can do if on casting finished, we can just do it here. If miss equals max missed, current grade equals grade dot fail. That sets it there. We're already looking good. And then we do on casting finished, and on casting finished, we'll set our grade here. We're all good to go there. If current grade equals fail, grade dot fail, we can go ahead and say and return you failed. And this needs to be in a print. Print, and then I think I can do this right. Ah, look at that! Learned a new trick. If current grade equals fail, you failed. That's all nice and dandy. And then we have down here, if you didn't fail, you've got some of these. Now we have to do some math. A little bit of the tricky part. Compare pass beats with max points. And right now our pour is 50. Our okay is... Okay. Oh, what was that sound? Oh, I can't see on my activity feed. But thank you. Let me go here. I really do like saying thank you, but it doesn't want to work with me. Let me... Oh, widgets, chat, flap. Okay, I can't find it, but thank you, I appreciate it. I just can't see it at the moment, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. What were we at? If I can go back to my Godot, which then freezes. It's all falling apart, I say. Isn't that fun? Let's get some water. Always a good water break while my game decides to freeze. Doesn't constantly, but that's alright. You have smaller streams like this because you can actually read all the comments and engage in the chat. Yeah, I do like the cozy atmosphere. I'm always a fan of coziness. Always nice and cozy. And since it is not frozen anymore, we can continue. I'm really, not too sure about that. You don't know how the stream would function with the chat scrolling like, yeah. Especially if it's like giving a lot of suggestions and everything. I'd probably need to get some moderation at that point. Funk set grade. Okay, so if current grade, now we need a percentage. For now, we can do maybe some rounding. How does Godot rounding work? Let me check. Let's go to the Google Docs, suggestions, or spamming emojis. Yeah, right now I have a no spamming rule, but I'd have to figure out how to automate it so spamming couldn't be a thing. Rounding though, we need to round an int. I guess we need to go into int. Let me go ahead and do that. Actually, let me also do this while I'm at it. 1 second. I'll move us over to the Godot screen though, if I can find it. It's always a matter of finding. Let's go studio mode, and then we can go to... Where is it at? Is it the screen? It's this screen. I thought it'd be nice if the screen was a lot bigger compared to what I usually do. I upgraded the screen size a little bit. And no, it looks like chat's working again maybe? But it's kind of hard to read. Oh boy, hold on. Let me quickly yoink this, if I can, it'll let me. Go back into here, and paste. There. That should help a little bit. And we're back on here. Okay, so what we're looking for is how to round ints. That should be very handy. Oh, it was a subscription. Thank you. Vladimir. I think that was it. Let's see. Int. We need to new int, which is here. We can do this in Godot, but I like doing it in browser. It's a little bit easier for me. Let's see. So in int, we need round. Operator. This is where Control F comes in, and we can just type round. And I'm not seeing round. Okay. I guess we go to Google. How to remove specific characters. All right, let me try typing it in really quickly. Be able to go back to eagle and then Godot how to round. Let's see. Round int. Or rather, maybe Godot how to get percent of a number. How do I calculate and print the percent increase of a receipt? Huh? Hold on now. I don't want finances. Let's see. How can you get the percent of a number? Working around something similar. Percentage equals value divided by max value. I mean, okay, I think. Could be a method under global scope. Yeah, I think I'm making this harder than it needs to be. I'll show you. Here. Just value divided by max value. Sometimes the simplest math's the best math. And I think that's right, yeah. Percent. Let's go ahead and do... yeah, okay. Let's get percents. Back to Godot we go. And we can go ahead and do... percent of our percent equals... And then we have our value divided by our max value, was it? Yep. Value divided by max value. So our value would be our... well, our values are beats, right? So our beats... max beats. And... no, not max beats. Past beats. Past beats. Also of note is that we need to turn on casting finish. We need to do counting beats equals false. Turn that off once it happens. Once we get to the end. Past beats, that looks good. And then percent past beats. Past beats divided by max beats. Right? That's what it was. Max beats or max score. Max beats, max score is the same thing really. Why do we do max beats? Where's max beats at? It's getting a little confusing. That's why I always try to do a little bit different. Cannot assign a value of type null as scorekeeper. Hey, what? It was working a second ago, wasn't it? Or maybe it wasn't and I didn't notice. Var current grade equals null. Okay then, fine. We'll do none equals... I don't know. Can you do negative numbers for enums? We'll see. For now, grade dot none. There we go. That should help. And now we have grade dot none. Now we can go back down here. And valid operands int incallable for yeah. Past beats, where do we use max beat at? That's what I'm wondering. Because max beats really is just max points. Where are we using max beat at? Only here. Huh. Okay, we don't need that. We just need max points. So past beats, max points. Just follow. Oh, there it is. It came in super late. Thank you indeed. Percent past. 5% past beats. What we did is, oops, not none. It is what again? The value divided by the max value. So it would be the value, which is pass beats. That's the beats that we have. Max value is pass beats. Oh, this is a little tricky. It should be how much your score divided by the perfect score. Well, the thing is, it's like the beats. The beats is the score. That's why I'm saying score is kind of a little bit confusing. You think? Yeah, this is hard as it could be. Let's see. var % pass beats, because if it's max, how much your score divided by the points, you're saying, divided by max points. The thing we have to take into consideration is how many beats have passed. That's why I was saying I think points might be a little bit off. Perfect score would be if you don't miss at all and get all the scores. Yeah, that's the max points. And I think passing beats, pass beats, that's really your score, because it's a time thing. The percentage is checking to see what % of possible scores you got right. Because your pass beats is, and I'll show you. Up here. Here. So each beat here will be a point. But we only count the points when you're actually typing it, correct? So that's where I'm getting a little bit confused. So the green part that's counting is your past beats. That's why I'm thinking, let me make sure I hide it. Your past beats is your total beats that passed divided by your max points. So perfect would be if you were able to get, you didn't miss a beat. That's your past beats. % divided by max beat. And then we can print down here. All right. So I just want to print and see what we get. This would be poor. And then this would be plus. And multiply by 100? Ah. What's the multiplying by 100 for? Let me do this. And times 100. I will take your word. But I'm curious, why do we multiply by 100? 4 plus. And then we need to see. Well, for now, we just need to measure everything, right? Our past beats. We can kind of do this already. You think your % would be under 1.0 if it's right, but your enum is based on 100? I got ya. So it needs to be... I got ya. It would need to be 0. It would need to be a float. But don't want to do floats. So we'll stick to the 100 base. But I get what you're saying. Like, for example, poor, as Godot's freezing, poor would be 0.5, right? But you're multiplying by 100 to make sure that it is part of the whole numbers instead. I got ya. Thank you as well. As yeah, that definitely helps. And I'm almost out of my first thing of water already. Oh. There we go. It's back up and running. 0.5, yep. Or 50 in your enum. Yep. I figured as much. We're all good up here. And what is this warning? Decimal part will be discarded. That's good. That's what we want. It is the rounding. Yeah, parse beats divided by max points. This parse beats is bigger than max points. Well, we'll see. Our %. And now what I want to do is do print. And I want to do 4. And then plus. And then what we'll do is do string. And then we'll do this. Because we'll do our own equations just to see what it gives us. That's the goal here. And instead of poor, it'll be okay, nice, and perfect. And then down here, what we want to see is our pass beats. So our pass beats would be, for example, if it were 50%. Okay, so poor is 50%. So we need to figure out, all right, what is 50% of max points? Past beats would be 50%, wouldn't it? Percent. Yeah, okay. A little tricky. 4 would be 50% of max points. Poor would be grade dot poor. And that would be 50%. Then we can go down here and do all of these. And nice. And perfect. And then we can go ahead and just copy this, and on casting entered, just put this in here so we can check the grade. And let's give it a try. I should just be able to do this, and let's see. On casting entered, so I have to type something. Okay. So poor, okay, and all of that is 0. Or qua. Our poor is... Dun, dun, dun. Actually, let me print poor and see what it gives us. I think I might have to typecast it into a int, maybe? We'll see. On beat. This should just print it automatically. Oh, never mind. We don't have 50. So that does work. Poor divided by max points. What happens if we get rid of the 100? Let's see. Maybe that's the reason? I'm not too sure. Oops. We need the doubles. There. Is that right? No. 1, 2 that way, and then we need 1 down there. Yep. Okay. Got ya, got ya. And let's see what this gives us. Because it's not... Or maybe it's the math itself. I think the 100 times 100 is correct. I definitely do. Let's give it a try though. 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. So we need it to be... I think this has to be... What does it have to be? Let's see. Our var percent, let's write that up for now. Our grade poor, so this would be 50 grade.poor times max points. Ah. I see. Yeah. Well, my favorite part of math is addition and subtraction. Multiplication, division, not too much. Let's see. And this should give us the... Ah, okay. So then we have to divide it by 100? Is that it? Since you were trying to go other way around, yep. We're trying to get the number. So, yeah, that makes sense, actually. In that case, then, it would be grade poor. Okay, I know. I know what we have to do. We have to make this now. We have to flip it into leave 100 and add it once it works. Yep. What we have to do here is do grade poor divided by, or times, right? No, divided by 100. I think. Because this is 50, so it's 50 divided by 100, which will equal a percentage. Division! Not too much. 50 divided by 100 here. 50 divided by 100. It should do math. Can you just change the original enum value to decimal? Equals grade poor? That's true, that's true. Yeah, I should do that. This is a lot. You are correct. I feel like I'm getting lost in the weeds. Thank you. And this is one of the reasons I like streaming. I can just... If I go too off the rails, having other eyes on me can help. Yep. That makes 100% of, yep. And perfect is 1. Ah, enums must be integers. Got ya, that's why. I appreciate it though, yeah. You are correct. You are 100% correct. The Y was just going to say another set of eyes can help. Oh yeah, 100%. Yep, indeed, but enums can't be ints. Yep, must be ints. It seems to be okay with negative values as well, which I wasn't too sure about. That's why he asks, is it a question? I appreciate it a lot. I am always open to suggestions. My ideas sometimes go out of left field, so this helps a lot. Let's see. Okay. So, 100. Right? That should give us... Oh, we're doing basic simple math, and it's okay. It's fine. It's okay. Let's do on beat. And just make sure this is 50%. Right? Poor is 50%. This should be 50%? No. Okay. print grade poor divided by 0. This is 50 divided, it should be 2, right? Should be 2. But it's printing 0. Let me also print this to make sure it is what we're printing. Print test. And yep, that is the number. So for some reason, oh, okay. 50 times my max value might be 0. That's true. I'm getting percentages wrong. Let me Google it. Google how to get percent of number. Part divided by whole times 100. Yes. Now how to get percent of percent. Let's see. Yeah. Part divided by whole times 100. And that'll give you the percent. But the percent is a whole number. Like if you're doing... If I do 5... Oh boy. Math. Okay, hold on. There's always a trick. When in doubt, just write it out. Okay. Simple math time. Always a good refresher for me as well. Bum. Let's do 5% of 100 equals 5. But we can do, because the 100 is going to equal the same numbers, it would be, for example, 50% of, use a breakpoint in the debugger to see what all the values. Yep, that is a good idea. I think doing this might be a little bit faster though, so you can see what max value is for instance. Yeah, max value will be the spell value, but we need to get the percentage, but we're not getting the percent value at the moment. We do have the max value though. The max value is the spell total. Let's see. 50% of 20 is 10. Oops. 50% of 20 is 10. And how do we do this? This would be, what is, because you're confused how you're getting? Yeah. Well, I'm not even doing, you can see here as well. In Godot, look, it is 50 times 100. Why is it printing out 0? Actually, that is a very good question. Why is it printing out 0 when it's 50 times 100? At the very least, it wouldn't be that. Would it be 5,000? Oh, froze again. Okay. Something's wrong with my printing then. I bet you. Because our max beats are correct, but I think maybe the printer is wrong. Maybe I'm printing in the wrong spot? But I tried printing and it gave us that print, but I think printing is happening somewhere else, and that's where I'm getting confused. Thank you for pointing that out. As, yeah, okay. While we're waiting for Godot though, oh, never mind. Okay. Godot's back. We're good to go. On beat, that should be printed, but down here, okay. Set grade is happening on casting finish. If I delete that, yeah. If I run this, no 0. You think you have it? All right, I'm here, I'm listening. Because when I do on beat, it says 0. Print 50 times 100. Oh, now it's working. That's weird. Because when you are dividing an int and the result is a fraction. Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So if I do 50 divided by 100, it becomes, it's getting rid of the fraction. Yep. So if I do 50.0 maybe. Yep, it was casting it as ints. Okay, well that's good news, we figured it out. Thanks. Yep. Okay. Now that we have that figured out. Yep. Okay. Back in concepts. In here. 50% of 20 is 10. And to get 50%, we would do... Oops. It would be 20 times 0.5, right? And that equals, yep, good eye indeed. And that would be 10, I believe. Let me double check my calculator. That was a sneaky yup. Floats and ints. They'll get ya. 20 times 0.5 equals 10. Okay, we're good. In that case, this is it. We have the 20, oh, I don't know where I wrote 110. So this is the whole, this is the fraction, or this is the percent. CENT. And this is the total. Okay, that helps a little bit. Let's move back to Go. Now that I have that a little bit clearer, as well as your clarities, let's see. In this case then, we have our max points, that's the whole. So the whole goes over here. Over here. Max points. Oh, no, it doesn't matter, does it? Never mind. Max points can stay over there. Your max points is over there. And then it would be, this case, the pour is 50. So it's 50 divided by 100, but that equals 0. So you have to make it dot 0. Great points. Let's do float. Pretty sure I can just do this, right, to float. And then do dot 0. And then do that for all of these. Float. And just copy and paste. Ooh, how'd I get up here? That's a little weird. Float, float, float. Float. Yeah. Oh, right. Never mind. Just do this. Shift and button. And shift button. Shift button. Alright, so this might either make it work, or we might have to do... Oh, hold on. This, and this. Float. Oh, hold on. Seems messy. You're not familiar with GD script. Oh, no, yeah. It definitely is messy. I agree 100%. Not too sure how to fix it at the moment. I mean, I'm guessing maybe you might do like a dictionary and typecast the dictionary. Okay, yeah, let's do that. You know, let's do that. Yep. Calculate percentage. Maybe make a new function. Yeah. Yeah. That is a good idea. Float. Get percentage. And then we'll put in the grade, which is a grade, and return a float. You are correct though. That returns an int. Well, if it's a percent number though, this is to get rid of all of this for now, but we can definitely expand it later. Grade, unexpected identifier. What? Float, get percentage, float. Okay. Oh, bunk. There we go. Nice and good. Are you happy with that? Okay, good. And then we can do in here, float, return, oops, float, float, return float of the grade divided by 100.0. And then we can just do here, percentage, grade, oops, grade dot pour. Makes it a little bit easier to read. I do agree. But you're going to return the percentage as a whole number though, right? Yep. I want to make sure it's working and then we can kind of tweak it first. But yep, that is the goal. I want to make sure we get a percentage in the first place and then we can kind of, you're going to return the percentage as a whole number though, right? Multiplying. Yep. Right now we just need to figure out the baseline. Then we can kind of tweak it. So, sweet, generate. Oh, great. Gotta press the button. Okay. The pour, okay, nice, perfect. Now I'm guessing this is because max point isn't a float. Most likely. If I do this, just as a proof of concept, let's see. Float. Oops. Float. Does that work? Okay. And let's see if pour gives us what we want. It does not. Interesting. Pour takes the max points, and it should equal, because our pour is 50. So this would be 50 divided by max points. And our max points, you can see down here, max points is 156. So that would be 50% of 156. Let's do print this and see what we get. Print. And just to get this so I can see what it's trying to do. And I will remove this float. Let's see. There's a problem actually happening when you're dividing by 100? What's the problem? I'm more than open to hearing it. I am... It's so simple and yet it's math. I'm very rusty. 0.5, 0.5. Oh, it's working now. But when I'm returning it, it's not happening. Let's see. That's when it becomes a tiny number less than 1 and gets rounded to nothing. I see. So if I do, right, percentage, like a var named %, it prints, oops. It prints, here, I'll do this. I'll hide all of this. And then, just so we can see a little bit clearer. And dun, on casting entered. We'll do this. Get percentage grade dot 4. You don't know coding, you can't help or give suggestions. Your support is more than enough. I really appreciate it. Get to round it to nothing, yeah. Let's see. Coding is definitely difficult. One of the reasons I also wanted to stream coding is for people who don't code and to try to bridge that gap a little bit. This is the joy of coding. Yep, making logic loops. Yep, give yourself headaches. This is fine though. Let's see. So the goal is to make the percent should be 0.5. And when I print it, what does it get? If we print percent, it shouldn't matter for the return. Closing does not have a counterpart. Oh, hold on. Delete that. Okay, so we should get 0.5 as our print. Oops. 0.5. Okay. So this is working. This is giving us our 0.5. But then when we multiply it by our max points, because it's not a float, I think that's the issue here. Because when we do, this is our percent, and then this is our percent divided by max points, and then this would be our print max points float. So if I do this, yeah, it's rounding up again, I think. That's why, what's happening? Or is it times, right? No. It would be 0.5 times max points. You think it was working just fine? Please do tell. 152 divided by... But what about the other ones? Don't tell me I just copied and pasted and didn't change it. Did I do that? We'll see. That might be it. Possibly. That's the thing about coding as well, where you can miss one little dot or one little period and bam. Yep. Well then. So it seems it was working. Okay, well, don't mind me while I just go back on everything and make sure these say the right proper things. Nope, I did not change them. Perfect. There we go. Okay. So mix of uses of spaces and indents. This should be commented. And then we're good to go? Nope. What are we missing here? Ah. No. I know. It's a work in progress. Hold on. Hold your horses. There we go. Like that. And then we can just do that here. Times max points. Return float. Max points is global. No, it's it's in 4. It's owned by this one. These max points, yep, that's what I'm doing. Know that we can do that in here. Return times max points. And that should be good to go. And then we can go back up here where we're doing our, where are we at? I think I do. Yep. Okay. Get percentage. Can get deleted from there. We can go back here. Go ahead and uncomment these. And then make sure these are the right ones. So, okay. Nice. Import. Oh, perfect. Perfect. There we go. Yep. Oh man. The joys. And then I think we'll be good to go. And let's see. Oh boy. Oh, sweet, sweet. Generate press. Okay. That was interesting. One of those was a... Can you see it? Hold on. Let me get the big screen. There we go. Zoom and enhance. What it's saying is, you think the other way to do it would have been to be clever with your use of brackets in the equation? Oh yeah, definitely. Once you start using a lot of brackets, it gets very confusing very quickly. Like even this is a lot of brackets. Well, that's because it's printing, but I do agree. Yep. Let's see. It's saying points 156 and perfect. That is correct. And then we have poor. Let me get out my good old calculator. Now, do we want it to round up? I'm guessing, right? We don't want it to be a float when it returns. We want it to be rounding. Let's just round up. That should be easy to do. And now we need to figure out, Godot, how do I round? Let's see. Godot, and let me make the screen smaller. So maybe we can do... Oh, where'd we go? Think round. Let's check. Round. Ah, interesting. If we turn it into a, what is it? An int. Does it round it? Does it cut it off? What happens? I want to see. So this one was 124.8. Let's see what it happens when we go from there. Int just drops a decimal? 124.8. That's fine with me, so it doesn't round correctly? In that case, yeah. Let's do round then. Return, round, and then this should work. Great work, thank you for the stream. Sleep well. Floor 2 rounding up. Seal floor? Ceiling floor? I think I've heard of floor before. I've heard of steps. There's a lot of different ones. But thank you. Sleep well. Let's see. 125. Yep, it did it. Floor rounds up, you believe, and floor rounds down. Ah, interesting. Like ceiling and floor. That's funny. Let's see. Thank you. Let's see. Okay. Now we have our stuff good to go. Correct. Great. So now we can compare beats with max points and set grade. Now we need a range. We need to figure out the percentage. If is... okay. If... the val percent would be this. The good percentage. And then we need our current percent. Really, we don't even need a percent variable anymore, because this is our number. So we just check our current points with that number. If... how do we do this? We could do maybe... That's a little tricky. Maybe we can do... No. The issue right now is we have these numbers, but we need to check the numbers. And we need a way to check the numbers. It's counting these numbers, so we need to see if our current points is less than, or equal to all of those. And we just have to go through each step. Let's see. How can we do that? I'm guessing we can do maybe... This is where maybe the dictionary might come into play at. Maybe like... something that says... set percentage? Or, I can't see what's going on. Get percent. Get percentage from grade. Maybe something like that. No, I think that's doing a might be doing a little bit too much. What I want to do is say, all right, if points are less than or equal to this grade, set the grade and check for all of these. And we could do something like if points less than or equal to this works. And I mean, that's not too bad. If points less than or equal to that, then we can set current grade equal to, you can set current grade equal to grade dot, and what is this grade? Poor. And do that for all of them. Do that. Closing does not have an opening counterpart. We need to do this, right? Yeah. And then we can do this, and then if points, and then we return. And then we can do get a range for each grade, range is %. Yep. And then compare past beats with max points and set grade. That is what this is doing. And we can do that up here. And now we can just copy and paste to make sure to reassign the values. There is 3 more of these guys. Now enter, 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 enter. And now we just have to set it so that it is if poor, oops, do this as well. Like that. We have poor, we have okay, nice and perfect. Okay, nice, and perfect. And then we can just do perfect here, making sure we set all of them. Oh, hold on. Copy, paste. Okay, okay, or poor, okay. All this is saying is it's going through each, and once it hits a limit, I'll show you. Where are we at? What that code is doing is, oops, back here. Each time it's returning, we have our, where's it at? These guys up here, and it's going through each, and it's starting at poor. And if it meets the requirements for poor, it sets it to poor. But since it didn't meet the requirements, it keeps going until it checks to see which requirement it meets. But initially, we check fail. Fail's the easiest to check. Oops. So we can go ahead and exit all that, go back to Godot. That's the system to make sure we don't have to do if and indented if statements. That's what the returns are for. You think it's going to think it's all grades just by just using ifs? Maybe? You might need to change to else if. I don't think so. Maybe though. I will say. Don't think so, but we can check. And also this is off a little bit. That it returns the first time it gets a match. Yeah, that's what this should be doing. Let me go back to Godot. So for example, if your point is the max, thank you for following, welcome. Wild Dragon. I know, wait, okay, yeah, Dragon. If your point is, for example, 156, it doesn't meet this requirement. It still doesn't meet this requirement. Doesn't meet that one either, and doesn't meet that one. So we should be good. I'm thinking, hopefully. Though you could be right. But, listening. Well, I'm listening. If you score 78, that's what the equal to is for. It meets all the requirements? Poor is scored at 78. So if it is less than or equal to, then it'll be poor. Poor, 78's the max for poor. But we can check. By all means, let's check. 78 is less than or equal to all of those statements. Okay, poor, nice. Huh? Poor? No, it return. That's what return's for. Once it finds it, it breaks out of this. We should be fine. You think? We'll see. The return should help because as soon as it goes here, it breaks out. Yep, nothing happens below here once it does this. That's what the return, yep. In theory, sometimes return X wonky, but that's what return means. So it won't keep going. Let's get rid of this. And then we can go back to on beat finished, set grade. And now we just have to print the grade. It is the same principle as using else ifs, yep, but cleaner. Because you can do a lot of indented else ifs, yep. But it kind of helps in making sure that it's a lot easier to read. I find it. So then we set the grade, and then we can print. So if current grade equals fails, we already have that grade. So then we need to print grade. And how to print the grade? Let's see. Print grade. Let's see. Irina, you see it? You have not done a thought of coding? That's completely fine. You have any suggestions? I'm all here for it. Let's see. All right, so in my metronome, was it? No, it was in my spell list. No, spell. There is a way to print what the thing is. This right here. You do the thing, dot keys, and then the index. So in our scorekeeper, what we can do is do plus, and then not flavor combo, but grade, dot keys, and then do current grade. And it should return our enum as a string. Let's go ahead and try really quickly and see what we get. In the bottom. We'll keep that at the bottom just to quickly check and see what we have going on. So this should be fail. Grade none. Ah, okay. Older horses. A little bit different. Set grade if current grade equal fail. Current grade equal fail. Should be fail. That's interesting. Max points grade equals none. Casting grade equals grade dot fail. So why is it deciding? Yeah, it's not fail. Interesting. Where are we at? Grade keys, grade current. Okay. I want you to print. What do I want you to print? Grade is none. It is interesting. Our on casting beats finish. Once it finishes, it prints all of this out. Then the grade does not fail. Current grade equals fails return. If we print current grade, it should give us the number. And it should be, oops. Let's check. I think maybe because the none is -1. And I'm thinking that's what we're running into. I don't think enums, let me Google. Can enums be negative? Godot. Let's see. Enums with a negative value disables 0 value entries. What is enum? Yeah, I definitely don't think negative's a thing, which is fine. Because we can just make this 1. Fail doesn't really matter. These are just basic numbers. Because we have fail as a different thing. Fail happens when you just miss a lot. And then it goes from 0 and being less than. This should be fine. I think now that we said that though, we should be fine now? Yep, Theo, look at that. Let me make it bigger. Theo, it is working. And let me go ahead and subtract all of these. But current grade equals fail. That's what we want. As for our, yep, it's very nice indeed. Wonderful. I'm not too sure about the points, but we can give it a try and see what grade we can get. If I can, oops, I forgot I have to play it first for it to open up. And now I can hopefully click it. Oh, there we go. All right, so let's see what grade I can get. It's not counting the grades right now. It only counts once I start typing. That's the hope, is that you can start on your own time. So it starts whenever I type. Let's see. And SOSUGARYTRUINSPHETHROAT, comma ITS oops, UGHINGJOKE, comma, oops, what does that mean? Out of bounds get index. Interesting. Wonder what that means. points 143, points 1. Something's off. Glad we checked. And let's take a look. Okay, so it says out of bounds index array. I don't know what that means. Very odd. Let's see. Beats. Max beats? No. That's not important. What we need to do... Why would this make an error? On casting beats finish. Current grade, that works. Fail works, but for some reason all of this stuff isn't working. Okay. Let's do then... Let's see. We have set grade true. I'm gonna do the... Oh! One thing I did notice as well. Back on the label. Mist. Where is it? On mist. It needs to be mist. There. Okay. Let's try again. Let's use the faster tempo. And see if we can figure out why it's crashing. And fast. Okay. SOSUGAR. RYITRUINSTHETHRROAT, comma ITSNOAUGHINGJOKE. Ah, okay. So something happens when we do comma, which is interesting. I can go in here into the spells as well, just because this is very long. I'm gonna get rid of some of it. We have it saved later. Just to make it easier to test, I'm gonna get all of these out. And it should automatically just update. So you don't have to worry about updating anything. Just needs to be words. Okay. Let's test that comma theory. And here we are. What is the array that it is iterating through? I'm not too sure. It stops on the end of the array. That's what I'm checking. Because index 50 does not exist. I see. Okay. So I'm thinking it crashes every time it goes to the next verse. And I think that's the array. SUBARYINSTHEETHROAT, and then it should crash? No, it didn't crash. Let's see. SWEETLAAYERSBLENND, comma? Didn't crash again. FROM MBITTERTHOUGGHTS, com THROUGHGHTSPEREDSPELL exclamation. And fail. Say it failed? I did print out something below there. Okay. Well, something's off a lot of places. And we can fix this. Let's see. Scorekeeper's not scorekeeping correctly. When we tick, okay, generate points, alright. And when we do missed, it gives our failed. Maybe it's failing us? I think it might, maybe that's it. We have the fail. That fail did work. But when I do this again, and when I'm typing, oops, it spells, now this, that's because I don't have spell rows. Try again. Do that. Okay. So, S-O, that's one miss. OSUGARYITRUINSTHETHROAT, comma. Okay, here we are. Out of bounds get index on base array. So it's saying on cast finish, on user. Is this it? Is this it? Okay. That's interesting. when I went to the next one, that was the thing. The array. I'm guessing it's the array in the verses. Add function on casting finish. On user type. Okay. And then we have on text changed. User type emits. And then we have casting finished. If at the end of the if at end of first your utility casting finished. Okay. I think I know why. Have a look at your stack variables. Yep, that's what I'm doing. If at the end of the verse, this shouldn't be here. This is saying we're done with the spell. One of them will be an array that runs out at 50. This runs every verse change. And we don't need it to run every verse change. We need it to run when the verse finishes. That's the issue. So in change verse, win screen is our end screen. On win screen, then we emit finished. That's what's happening. And while I'm at it, let me make the spell a little bit shorter. So sugary. Make it a little bit easier to type. Okay. From thoughts through spells. The spells. Thank you for the follow. How do you say your name? Would it be Ken before Ken or W before Ken? So let's see. I think it should work now. No. Pop this up. Oops, not that one. This one. So you can see it a little bit better. So, wake and bake. Ah! That's neat. Okay. Ready? And go. O-S-U-G-A-R-Y, comma, S. W-E-E-T-T-L-A-Y. Okay, let's start over. You can see the crash, you can see the misses. Or just wake to friends, or to the people you follow. Ah, I see it here. I like it. Okay, let's try again. And here. Okay, so it's shorter and it's faster, so we can test it easier. Oh, okay. Now what's this? Oh, that's because of my button system. That can be fixed. That is a me thing. It's not the system thing. Let's go ahead and do this, and this should work. Yep. Okay. Let's try again. S-O-S-U-G-A-R-Y, comma, S-W-E-E-T-L-A-Y-E-R-S-B-L-E-N-D-D, comma, F-O-R-O. I failed. Okay. Well, I need to actually not fail. So we'll set the failure to 20. Let's do, so crash is every letter you miss? Yep. Crash is just a way of saying you didn't hit it on beat. Let's see, max miss, let's set that to 20 so I can test. Let's try again. And back up, yep. Just a way to tell. I'll do sweet, all of you, okay. S-O-S-U-G-A-R-Y, comma, S-W-E-E-T-L-A-Y-E-R-S-B-L-E-N-D, comma, F-R-O-M-T-H-O-U-G-H-T-S, comma, T-H-R-O-U-G-H-S-P-E-E-L-L-S, exclamation. Okay, so now we are at that out of bounds again. Interesting. I think it's just another thing of calling it in the wrong area. Because it definitely let me go through the whole thing. But that also could be just because I did the whole thing. Let's see. If we go into here, where's that? We go back to the scorekeeper, which is not that one. Spellcaster. In here on the win screen, just turn all of the spells into one color. We do utility casting finish emit. And when we do that, that goes into scorekeeper. And an on casting finish emit. Let's see. Counting beats equals false. So for some reason, when you get to the end, let's do medium and shorter. So I can test quicker. So we need some spaces. Or no, we don't need spaces. Okay. So it should crash? Or is it because it's not long enough? It's not doing index 50 anymore, which is interesting. Let's see. And speed. Okay. So sweet EET, comma FROM, comma THROUGH, and exclamation. Okay. So out of bounds get based on array. So it's doing something different this time. Yep. You would think a nice little bit of juice. Would it be if you kept telling you your grades as you progressed? That could be it. Or maybe you could tell you're dropping grades. When you drop a grade, you're losing a grade. Maybe it could be a minus screen change. We need a way to keep track of where you're at. Just rooting this source. Yep. Here, I'll write that down so we don't forget. Visual score update. Let me write that down in Canva. I mean, not Canva. Concept. Let's go ahead and add that. Visual AL grade change. RADE change. HANGE. There we go. Rather than the max possible score at the end. So it calculates based on the max possible scores at that time? What do you mean? It calculates based off of your beats. So it's a timer, basically. It's a, actually, if you go over the time, I wonder, maybe that's it? Yeah, so you have, rather than the max possible score at the end, it calculates based on the max possible score at that time, rather than the max possible score at the end. So if you got 5 out of 5 letters and then you miss a letter, you're 5 out of 6. Ah, so you mean have a way to show max and losing that max? So seeing your points go down or something like that, losing your max? But that might make the person just leave, depending on if they or cancel. Yeah, you are 9 out of 10. Ah, I got ya. I'll write that down. 9 out of 10. Visual grade change. 9 out of 10. Ooh. 8 out of 10. Oops. Oh. 8 out of 10. There you go. I'm thinking what's happening is when the beats are going over the points, something's happening. Yeah, like when you play Guitar Hero. I have not, but I might have to look into it. You are 9 out of 12. You have a grading as you go. I think, Beat Saber. I've seen it for Beat Saber, so I know what you're talking about. Visual grade change. Yep. Let me write that down as well. And it was frozen, so I'll move you back to here where you can see rating. Beat Saber. I definitely see that in Beat Saber. Sure. Grade change, where you can go from the A to the next one, which is like B or A minus. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think our issue and why it's crashing is because if our beats are greater, yeah, that's it. For example, percent-wise, how does it work, for example, if your points are greater? Maybe that's the best way to say it. For example, your points, get percentage. We don't need it based on point. Ooh, that's why it's off. Okay. The goal of these is time-based, and our points aren't time-based. This would be our passing beats. Or our past beats. It doesn't need to be points. It makes the grading live. Yep. I understand what you're saying. We can definitely add that. We gotta figure out how to make the grading work first. We can definitely make it live and update. Once we do this, if past beats less than percent, less than or equal to percent. So if it gets to here, then that means past beats is greater than the percent. And that was the thing. For example, if the game takes you, let me go back into concepts. You can see. I think that's the issue. And do it up here. Beats was wrong. What we need is oh, almost fell off again. Beats is wrong. Past beats. S-S-E-D beats. A-T-S. So your past beats is equal to your time. It's just that. We can even call it time, but your time. And then your percent is just, so that would be your grades. Your grades would be, let's do that, grades, A-D-E-S. Your grades are your percent of the total. So it gives you the time range. Grades equal time range. Time range. That's why a perfect score of, let's just do, if the total, the perfect was 24. You understand, because the metronome is your timekeeper. Yep. So if 24 is the total score we can get, then a perfect would be our past beats of 24. But if we get, for example, what happens if it took us not 24, which is the total. I'll do this in total. Total, and we'll do this color. This is total. Total. This is perfect. Let's just write perfect. Perfect. DT. What do you do if you get a score of 29? Yeah. If it's a 29 or it's out of range, that's tricky. We need to do past, I think we need to make past beats into a percentage, maybe? What do you think? That's the tricky part here. Because right now we have our total beats, which is good. We have the number we need to have. And now what we need to do, I think, is make past beats into a percent. So we can check to see, yeah. We might need to make past beats into a percent, maybe? Have an idea? I'm open and listening. Past beats, that's the tricky part we're running into right now. Past beats equals time. Grades equal time range. Let's see. Like that, there. Past beats equals time, and if our time is 29, 29 minus 24 equals missed beat. What do you mean? 29 minus 24. So you think if we go over the limit, the idea is that, okay, I'm gonna do this a little bit. So if you get a perfect, that's the best score. It's a match, but the longer it goes on, then it kind of goes down, and that's the other matches. I think we did our scoring system wrong. I think that's it. We need to do it a little bit different, because what I want it to be is a thing of, let's see. Past beats, you can get to the lowest score. I guess that's the best way to say it. Your past beats is the lowest score, or your perfect. Your perfect is the lowest score you can get. Perfect equals lower time. Perfect, P-R-F-E-C-T. Perfect is your lowest time. E-S-T. Lowest time. So I think what we have to do then is, you made a mad scientist nightmare out of scoring system. Yeah, I hope I'm not going too far. But I think what we have to do is do it reversed. We'll have to make it, because this is perfect, so it's lowest time, so actually it's more like this. Right? More like that. This is your perfect score. And no, not too far. The metronome is clever. Thank you. I didn't want to do full-on rhythm game with charts. I just wanted to do a beat. What we have to do, I think, is take the total and add the percentage and check for it that way. I think that's what we're missing. Total plus percent. D-E-N-T. So if you get a 29, it falls into the range of okay. Or what would it be? It would be nice. I think that's the tricky what has to be fixed. For example, it wouldn't be past beats equals get percentage. It would be past beats equals less than or equal to. First we do this up here. And we do this. If you're perfect, like there's no way to get less than past beats. But we'll just say less than or equal to the same. Since you didn't get that, let's check to see if it's a little bit higher. And it goes into, that's okay, here. Perfect is the lowest amount of beats you can get, right? That's the lowest amount. If you take, the goal is speed. That's the goal. And perfect would be the fastest speed, so the lowest number. And I'm reversing these so that they give us a reverse. So this is as your number goes on. So now it's a thing of, this is your Frankenstein scoring system to make it right. To make right. Yes and to no. I do like ideas. So if the past beats is less than or equal to the percent of perfect, then, I mean, perfect isn't a percent anymore then. If past beats is less than or equal to max points, it doesn't even need to be percent because this is the lowest number we can get. But if it is less than or equal to the nice grade, and this wouldn't be nice grade, it would be nice grade plus max points. All of these would have to be plus max points. And then it would be if less than or equal to. But if it's less than, you think you got this got tricky the moment you add a percentages, yeah, we might have to take it back out. And it depends. We'll gotta slosh it around a little bit. So if it's less than the max points or equal to the max points, it's perfect. The next up from that would be, all right, well, you didn't get perfect. Did you get it in the range of nice? Okay, you didn't get in the range of nice. You didn't get in the range of okay. That means you got it in the range of poor. So that means we don't even have to measure poor. It would just be current grade equals poor. That is all. If you make it down here, you did awful. And I think that will fix it. We'll see. But I think. Let's see. And reopen it. All right, let's give it a go. Let me move it up a little bit. All right. Oh. Entire thing frozen me. All right. All right. S-O, S-W-E-E-T, F-R-O-O-M, T-H-R-O-U-G-G-H. Okay. Now, did this freeze on me because it froze on me, or did it because my Godot froze? We'll see. Everything froze. It didn't want my Frankenstein. This one froze though. More water. And let's give it a taste. Okay. No, it's alive! Exactly. And no, that wasn't the issue. Okay. Let's see. Something's happening here when we try to print the grade. I wonder if we do... Oops. If we do this... Let me wipe this off a little bit. And I do this. Does it have a problem? Oh. All I did was just comment out the grade print. Maybe that's the issue. Because we're doing the casting for the grades. Maybe that's why. But we can go ahead and just really see about this. S-O, S-W-E-E-T, F-F-R-O-M, D-H-R-O-U-G-H, exclamation. Okay, it's working now. And points 18, past beats. Okay. That's good. It's working. It's this comma. For some reason, it does not like it when I try to print out the grade. It wasn't even what we thought it was in something else. Alright. This is acting funny. Thought doing grade.keys current grade would make the grade work, but the issue is, I guess maybe the index? I'm not too sure. But it's not trying to print a grade, and that is okay. There's a simple fix for that. And I don't like it, but there is a fix for it. Just to see if this actually works. So we'll do var grade to string. And it's a dictionary. Dictionary. And I think I can just do this. Expected. Is it equal? Ah, okay. And then all we have to do is do grade dot none, just in case it is none. And it'll be, what is it, like this? And then none. And comma. We do all of those for these. Fail. Oops. Fail. Or I'm thinking something with the index is why it's not working. Okay. Nice. And perfect. And then we just do fail. Or we'd probably do this a little bit easier like this. I feel like I could just type it faster. Okay. Nice and perfect. And then, if it is the reason I think it is acting wonky, we should just be able to do print grade to string current grade. Let's see. And then we have this. And let me go ahead and show it on screen again. Oh, if it'll let me. There we go. Okay. So SO, SWEET, FROM, THROUGH, exclamation. And this is perfect at the bottom there, which is great. We don't need points now. Yeah, that's the thing. Points was a nice idea, but not what we needed. In that case, we should print on screen the current. We'll probably have to have a way to update the grade. Now, this is good. This is working. And it tells us our grade at the end, which is wonderful. And points. Let's get rid of points. Let's just say past beats, max beats, set grade, print grade. That should be good enough. And we'll do print. Actually, I'll comment out parsed. It was a nice idea, but yeah, you really aren't counting how many points you're getting, you're counting how many mistakes are made. Yep. That's why I like to throw everything on the table and then get rid of what we don't need. Start cutting things. Now, I need to go into here and get rid of these prints. Print, parse data, and print loading. That way we only see what we need to see for printing. Oh, also you couldn't see that. That's fine. I just got rid of these comments. And now that this is back open, I want to see what we get down here. So let's go ahead and do this, and generate SO, SWEET, FROM, THROUGH, exclamation. Alright, and it tells me I got a nice grade. Look at that. And it says my max points and my parse beats. I went a little, that's the thing. It went over and it went to nice. Nice is the next one down, I believe. Well, it's working great. I think it's working now. Yep. Well done. Thank you. Okay. Now we just need to figure out where it's printing points at. And I think it's printing it in the spellcaster. Down here, maybe? Where are we at? Let's see. Alright, points. Spell manager. Yeah, where are we printing our point? Oh, is it here? Hold on. For print. I don't see any points here. Our label gets changed, but points. Points. Where are points getting printed? Match case. No match cases for points. Oh, that's not maxed. Points. It's here, and it is here. Where's the printing at? Max points is here, And those points are printing to the points counter, which is, where is it at? Here. That shouldn't be. I'm wondering where that guy's coming from. Let's see. Let's see. In our, it's gotta be somewhere here, is what I was guessing. F points. No match cases. Somewhere along the lines, it's printing points. And there's no prints here except for that none selected. We have a sneaky print somewhere. And I'm not sure how to find it. Turn round, return current greed. And past beats. That can be fixed later. I can try to find that later. For now, we can do some animations for the on beats, which should be fun. Now, I'm curious to see if we go back to here. Oops, where are we at? If we go back to our spell screen in here, This is it? Yep. These are our 4 verses, and I'm thinking we can make the verses change size depending on the whereabouts. Now, let's see. I don't think we can change the actual size because it's in a container, which is unfortunate. But we can go to theme overrides and change the font size itself. And this is normal font size. For example, we might be able to do in our spell screen. And if we do something like at on ready var at const. It would be a const. And it would be normal text. Text size. Text normal size, maybe. Next text normal size int equal 35. And then we have a text big size, and we can just say, now let's try 42. See where that gets us. And then what we can have happen is in our ready function, when we do utility dot beat dot connect, we can connect it to a thing or function. Maybe we can do it here. That just does punk. And we can do bounce text. Something like that. And it's void. And there. And pass. And add the space here. Well then, when we beat on the beat, we want to bounce the text. That's the idea here. Now we can't really do individual letters, I don't think. Unless we really got down to the nitty-gritty, because it does it in sections. And initially I had it all one thing, but I changed it to these separate sections so we can do separate things. I'm thinking we can change the beat depending on the, or change the size depending on the number. It counts in terms of 4. So 1, 2, 3. Oh no, it does 2, doesn't it? No, it does 2. So it does it in beats of 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. And in our bounce text, you can just do this and connect. Signals are cool. And then in our bounce text, we can do we need a way to make it a random or an int. Not random. We need a bar for spell. I want to bounce every other one. For example, I want these 2 to bounce, these 2 to bounce on beat. They bounce separately on beat. We can hard code it right now, which would just be doing container.getChild. And then we would do down here, get child, and we could do this 0 and 1, right? And then it would be container get child 0. It wouldn't be 0. It would be 2 and 3. 0, 1, 2, and 3. 0. It would be 2, and then it would be 1 and 3. And then, as far as the sizing is concerned, where is our font sizes? How do we type this? Would it be dot font size or get child dot normal? What be font sizes? Dot font size? You might have to set it through here, up here, where we're doing all of this. For example, we already have the names. Go ahead and do label underscore flavor a dot normal dot size. In how do you set font sizes? Let's see. How to change size of, well, I'm actually curious. Bounce text. Label.flavor.a size. Yeah. The thing is, if we do different stylings and everything, it'll kind of make it a little bit different. This is in a control node, so it kind of makes the size a little hard. What's this? Custom minimum size. If we do 40/40, what happens? Nothing. If we do 300 by 300, what happens? Ah, interesting. But it doesn't change, which is also interesting. I want the scale to change. Can we make the scale different? I don't think we can change the scale just because it's in the container. Dot scale. But we can see if we can make it, maybe make it dot 2. So this would be A and mix. Mix. And dot scale. Vector 2. 2,2. There. What are you trying to do? Increase the size of the text? Yep. I want to see if I can make the text bigger. So I'm not too sure how to do that. Label, flavor, label mix. Yep. I want to try to bounce the text to the beat. On beat, bounce text. And I want to see if it changes at all, the scale. Oh, it does. Look. It does. But everything else kind of doesn't work. It needs to fit within the thing still. And it is not trying to do that. Okay. That's nice though. It is working. And also that 2 needs to be like a 1.5. Way too big. 1.5. My only question is, when you resize the label, Godot resizing label changes container. How to resize. Container won't change its height. How to make label with match container parent. Containers are so weird. Let's see. How to automatically resize a label node in Godot. Not sure how it works, but I don't know. You think a rich text label? These are rich text labels. I'm just not too sure about the size. We have the sizing part working. You can see on here. Right, the size changes, but it doesn't, the separation. Oh, I think I have to do something here in the container, like a minimum distance, maybe. But I have that constant separation, the space between the box container elements in pixels. Maybe if I do a separation of 20, what happens then? Same thing. 50. Let's see. Same thing. Doesn't really change it at all. Yeah, I'm not familiar with controls and containers. Me neither. I don't like it. I don't want it. Not in this house. You'd only be guessing. That's completely fine. I'm guessing. It's a challenge, that is for sure. And a challenge I'm not winning. As when you change the scale, it doesn't wanna fit within the container. And my question is, why? Enables rendering if true parts of a child which would be visible outside of the rectangle will not be rendered. Based on locale? No. What do you want to do manually in the editor? That's what I'm trying to figure out. My issue is the separation. You see how it's like a lot of this space is here? Oh, you can't see my mouse. But between flavor, B, and mix, there's separation. I want it to be separated equally instead of that wide gap. That's what I want to do. Yep. And it's bouncing, but for some reason the container isn't readjusting its size. And that's why I'm kind of a little bit not sure. So do the scale to increase in the editor? Not in code. I can't do it in the editor. When I go in here, where are you at? Scale. Text selection, where are you at? Transform, scale. I can't change it here because of the container. It's locked in. The container controls the scale unless you go through the editor. But maybe it's not working because I'm not going through the editor? Possibly. I'm not too sure. Yeah, let's see. How to change scale in control node. Maybe that's the thing I need to do. How to change scale in box container. Godot. Containers are indeed a mystery. Let's see. Is it possible to change the scale of a children? Okay, here's the only idea you had. That's okay. That is more than okay. Let me pull this up so you can see what I'm looking at. Let's see, it seems I cannot change the size of a control child. You can, but it is indivisible. Jones are meant for GUI, so they're meant to stay uniform across any size and resolution. If you resize the child, the resizing will be overridden and the values only occurs when you're thinking with your code. Not the case. Many differences here. Bum bum bum. Dun 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 dun. I'd add a tween. A what? I'd add a tween as a child node to the main controller node of your project. Tween. I have no idea what a tween is. You could have the labels inside of a horizontal box container maybe, or are they already? They're in a vertical box, I think. Hold on. Yeah, they're in a vertical box. How to resize contents of an H-box container? Vertical, you mean? About the same. Yeah. Let's see. And container, want to resize, set expand, keep. Okay. Let's try this. This could possibly work, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Oh. Unless it freezes, in which case, water time. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me slide this back over so I can see. You're going to stay out of this? You're just going to make things more confusing? I appreciate the help. Again, no clue what I'm doing. Well, it is a trial and trial and error. Lol parties. I mean, we'll see. Godot is back to working, and I have my Godot screen up, right? Oh, hold on. There we go. I remembered. Okay. Well, it's saying something about expand with stretch mode. Something. Ah. Is this what it means? These scary boxes? Keep aspect? Hold on. Expand? Stretch? What's this? If the node and at least one of his neighbors uses the size expand flag size, the parent container will take it. Ah. Size expand size flag. Okay, so maybe size expand? No. Maybe in here? This is highlighted. Enable to set. Okay. Maybe if I set these up? This might work. Just separate them out. And then this. And then if I go back into my... Oh, Now we really have that expansion. Hold on. That is way too much. Let's go back to this guy, and that might be where the separation comes into play now. If I turn this off to 2, is that better? We'll see. Oh no, we see right here. It is not, but if I press play... Ah, interesting. Okay. Well, this is a little wonky at the moment, but it did fix our problem. So let me figure out how to fix it. Let's see. Maybe what we have to do is do... Weird as well. All of this is fine until you put it on the thing in the other one. Separation, space between the box containers and elements. If the separation is 0, what happens in here? Ah, okay. Maybe if we make the separation -10, they get a little smaller. They get a little closer together. Let's try -50. And same. And if I start it up, it's the same. Not much change. Thought I was onto something. I was not. That's okay. I think it's working though. That's the good news. The stretch ratio though. If a node and at least one of its neighbors uses, let it take up more space. If the node has a stretch ratio 2 and its neighbors a stretch ratio of 1, this node will take 2/3 of the available space. We don't want it to change too much. Have you scaled the spell screen that you have in the instance? Ah, that could be it. Hold on. Spell screen, layout, all of these. Reset. Reset. Reset, reset. Here, we'll just get a new spell screen. And spellcaster. What is this? No, I need spell screen. Spell screen. Something crazy. Is it inheriting? It could be, because this is also a control node. I mean, it looks better. Oh, it'll let me select. Oh, now it's selecting both of them. Hold on now. We had something. I think it definitely was because of the way I was sizing it. You were 100% correct. Thanks a lot. The only issue is now these guys. And... tricky. This typing has to be moved. If I can find the right one. I can't put it in here because the container relies on those sizes. But maybe what I can do is another vertical box, right? Vertical box and a vertical box. And let's control nodes do a whole lot of inheriting. Yep, they do indeed. It is weird. And this can go under here. Ah, there we go. That you have not played around with. Yep. I really do need to just set some time aside to try and learn control boxes. I mean, that's what I'm doing now. That's one of the reasons I want to just do games in general, to get better at learning how they work. This should change it now that it's a V-box and a V-box. Oh boy. V-boxception. And then I should be able to just change the size, scale, layout, transform, scale to 2. Oh, okay. Maybe not 2. 1.5. That works. Set that to about the middle part of the screen. Oh. Ah. We have to change to where the controller container. See, this is where having it not as these dot containers would help if they were individuals. And now I think we change it. How do we do that? I think we make these... Where was it at? Access as a unique name. And then I think if we take that... Oh, wrong thing. Can I undo? Okay, cool. If I do this and I do access as unique name, and I drag that into here, or that should work, I think, maybe. Not sure how to do access as unique name, but I have to drag that. What does this mean? from within anywhere in the scene by preceding it with the % prefix in a node path. Click to disable this. Ah. So if I do %, like that, I think. And then I just need to do that for the rest of these. Get out all of these guys. Or would it be just % like this? Maybe. This is new. I think it definitely has to have the brackets. And then something like that. And then this would be result. We would do % brackets result. This would be %. This might work. I think it will. And then % container. And then I just have to do all of these as unique names. Access unique. Access unique. Access unique. Access unique. And I think we're good to go. You think the % goes inside though? Maybe. We'll see. Nope. It goes inside. I mean, it goes outside. We're good to go on that. The % user input. It seems to be good. Yep. It's good. It goes on... I'm surprised. I thought it went on the outside because of the $sign. It does. Let's see. Now we're missing our container sizes again. And our scaling and everything. When these are big... We can't change this as well. The good news is... working again. And I can show you up here. But again, those spacing lines aren't right. I'm gonna have to close that and tweak those around. Let's see. Fill content, fit content is true. Minimum size will automatically be updated to fit its content, matching the behavior of the label. Maybe we can use those. So, oh, I thought you wrote something else. Let's see. Tab size, context me. Interesting. All these, I have no idea what they mean. Clip content enables weather rendering. Reclick the controls rectangle. I don't know, but if I do this, it has to do that for fit content. And then Frankenstein's younger brother, indeed alive. I'm wondering though, why isn't this working? And I have no clue. A lot of just testing and not testing. I think next what we have to do is continue following that guide. It said expand with stretch mode, as well as size flags, fill and expand. That way they stretch fit the container. The downside is that if the HBox is larger than the size of the content, their spacing will increase. You will need to control the size of the HBox so it fits exactly the number of textures. That's a lot. And Godot's frozen, so we'll give it a second. Bring you over here. Use an H-flow container as a child of a control you desire. Size? Never heard of an H-flow container. Containers, I tell ya. Right. Go back to Godot. Go back to Godot. And I want to search up that flow container. Around at the borders. Interesting. Horizontally and wraps around them. Container that arranges its child. Interesting. I'm curious, maybe if we change this to an H-flow container. That did not do what I thought it was gonna do. Let's see. Clip content, reverse fill. Reverse fills. That did. Looks great, I know. H-flow container is interesting. A container or flow container. Horizontally or vertically and wraps them around at the borders. Flow. This is a V flow. Container arranges its... Okay. what if we do vflow? Flow. What does this guy do? The same thing. And layouts, transform, container sizing, expand? No. Yeah. Sizing! Not too good on that, but that's okay. For now, we can figure that out later. Let's get the sizing working and try to get some of those stuff since we don't have much time left. And then I'll mess around with the pain of containers afterwards. So let's see. We need to have a normal size, big size, and then we need a var for current current changed text. And well, I mean change first bounce, maybe bounce first. As a bull. Sounds a little bit hard. It's true. But the idea is that here, if bounce first, we do all of this, and then we do bounce first equals false. Oops. Minus false. False. And then otherwise, or just else, set bounce first to true. And we can, just for clarity's sake, put it back up here. This is just the way to keep track of on, off, on, off. Bounce first equals true. And then we can set, what is this? 1.5. Ah, I see. And there wasn't a way to change the font size, I don't think. How to change label font size in text. So, change label font size in code. Dynamically change font size of a label with code. Let's see. Can you use a variable and label to set the ratio? Nope, nope, nope. Ah. Maybe this. We would like that instead of scale. Might have to do something like this. And then it might be something like label.flavor.get. This work? No, new size. The new size would be our normal size, or our big size, right? And then big size. Does that work? Label. When did it become label? Label. Label flavor A. Okay. Let's do that instead and see if it works. This would be flavor A and mix. The label mix. Change their text size to big. And then go down here. And it would be text underscore normal size. Or label flavor B and label results. And then the idea here is that font size and style, I can, but how do I do it through code? I can do it through style, but I don't know the directory of how to change it directly in code. Because we want it to dynamically change at runtime. But I can definitely change it through. You are correct in that sense. Let's see. And then you become normal. And you become big. And let's see if this works. Yeah, the style is a reference? I'm thinking. Let's see. So set is null. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not sure how to change the size. Label is a reference? Shouldn't be a reference, it should be up here. They were dragged out. They're variables. Dot custom. Let's see. Label.flavor.custom Custom effects, deselect. No, 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 no. That list. Let's check the documentation. That might be able to help us. Let's go to Godot. You're a resource, you mean? Ah. Yeah, it is a resource. I guess that is what we'll have to do, isn't it? Change the... Oh, that's smart. And then we can definitely change the colors as well, I guess. Dun, dun, dun. I do like that resource idea. For example, what we can do in here is when we do theme overrides and our font styles, there's a way to do styles. Ah, here it is. Fill. Should be a way to change your style. I forget how to. Theme. I think that's it. Theme. New theme. Here we go. And then we need text size. And yep, theme. As far as text size goes, add rich text label. There we go. Right. So it goes from 42 or 35. Bold. Is there normal? Mono fight fold. We'll just do this. And we'll do 42. I mean 35. If it'll let us do 35. That's odd. Is this not how we do it? Ah, gotcha. 2, 3. Ah, okay, here it is. Normal, I found it. Let's get rid of all of those. And this will be 35. And then we can, how do we name it? Save as normal spell size. And we can save it in, go back to spell. In our spell casting, we can add a folder called spell fonts. That works for now. Yep, we were thinking? Yep. I think you're on the right path, thanks. Let's see. Spell fonts. And then we can just set the resource. And that should be a lot easier. 35, and then this needs to be 42. And this can be saved as large spell size. Save. And then we can go back and delete all of that, refresh. Output can go back down here. Which means we can get rid of all of this as well, which is very nice. And then we can do flavor. No. How do we set the resource? Oh boy. Dot theme, maybe? Let's see. We gotta give it a second. We're on our track though. And I'm very glad. Just a little tricky, but overall, good work. I think after this we should do just a simple sound effect for getting it wrong, getting it right. And maybe a simple screen shake to go in, out, with the beat. And oh, there we go. It's a lot like working with CSS and HTML elements in terms of how they design the system. Fortunately, you're not familiar with CSS. Me neither, but it most likely is. I would not be surprised. Theme. Ah, theme equals, and then if we go in here, I would not be surprised, I tell ya. Well, if I just do this, what happens? Ah. Okay. Maybe I can do an on ready var. Var, normal, size, normal text, size, equal, oops, theme, equal, and then can I just drag you in here? Ah, okay, cool. And then we'll do large, large, and grab you. Yep, that totally helps a lot. And I think because we're changing the theme, it won't change the size of the thing as well, I'm hoping. now we can get rid of all of that. Looks far cleaner. Over B, and then grab some of these, and do you, and you are not A and B, you're mix. Mix, and then it's B and result. Label result. Get rid of all of that. And then we can do you guys again. Paste. You're going normal, and then we need the large. Let's start off with you guys as normal. You guys as large. Oops. There we go. Large, large, and then you go large, you go large. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh. Hold on. How do you make... Oh, okay. Few hiccups. I'm guessing maybe we have to drag these into here, maybe? No. Okay. You think you need 2 of them resources? It's easier to keep with numbers. Unless we change the resource number each time. We can just say, because maybe in the future, have attached the theme to the label. Well, I want to change, I might change other things about it, not just the size. So it's nice to have a normal via the label. Yeah, I want to have, for future stuff, if I want to change not only the size, but other stuff about the text when I'm bouncing it, I can add it there. For some reason, not sign, okay. How do you set a theme? Okay. Godot, where's my thing at? Godot. Set, set, make theme variable. Godot. And then I can go ahead and do, where did I might have closed it. There we go. Using the theme editor. Theme. How can I add custom theme? How do I change the control? Let's theme. Let's set theme. Let's see. Probably we're trying to do the same thing in loading a variable. Interesting, interesting. It might be theme dot. I'm wondering, how do you reference a resource in code? I guess that's the question to ask. Godot reference resource in code. And then how do we use resource in code? External built in. Yeah. How do we set the path as the... Okay. What we have to do is do load. It would be not on ready var. It would be load. This is getting into stuff that's beyond your experience. That's more than fine. You helped a lot. Let's see. Load. Like this. So thank you. You're learning stuff too. I'm glad. I definitely didn't think of resources, so that's been a big help. But I think loading is what we have to do. Okay. It's loaded, but nothing's happening. So we're kind of on the semi-right track. Reload them? Is that a thing? Oh. What's that do? Reload. Maybe. Nope. But what is preload? Returns a resource, but what's preload versus load? Says returns a resource. During runtime resources. Interesting. You should words you've seen somewhere? That's a good start. I want to see load. Returns a resource unless it's already referenced elsewhere. I think preload might be the right one. Might have to also research that as well. For now, preload, that seems right. I think it needs to be dot, maybe set theme? Is that a thing? No. Dot theme. Well, now it's... Oh, it's get or add. Ah, interesting. Dot theme, font, icon. Interesting. This should just do theme, right? Set theme. Okay. So we have to do maybe set theme like this. One of those numbers. Ah, okay. Let's try that. Set theme. And then we do the large one. Oh, let me copy that way. I don't have to do that again. And then we do that. That should be good to go. Okay. Attempt again. Not changing. And why is the question? Let's see, look at the scene. Each instance, no, it's not what we need. I'm curious why this isn't working now. Set theme says it's working. Let's see, the theme sources. Child knows it's its own theme. The images are merged. Is there a way to clear theme, maybe? When I open up this, it lets me look at the theme. You can see that it's 35, and the large ones... Oh, large one didn't change. Hold on. This needs to be... What did I say, 42? Save. Okay. Oh, fonts. Okay. Maybe we're good now. The sizing's also interesting how it didn't change the sizing. Because this is also... No, that is what we're doing, aren't we? Changing sizing. Probably would have made it easier, maybe hackier would just be to make a duplicate container that is formatted how you want. Oh, that'd be nice. But that would be a lot of work to hide and show in duplicates. It'd be a lot, but I understand. That would be a lot easier, it would. Just messing around with themes, that's a little tricky. Not something I've done before, but I think this is the right path. Bounce text, label dot set theme, normal size. The bottom two should change their sizing. When I go into our spell screen and I go into our sizing, our font size, oh, theme overrides. Never mind. They're overriding. Maybe that's it. I can't really see it because of my head, but it says theme overrides. So maybe because of it's overriding the theme, it's not working. So I'll reset all of these and then we'll try. Because it's freezing, so water time. Always nice. It is tricky, but we're moving. That's all I can hope for. Then after this, we'll do some sound effects and then we'll be good to go. At least starting with the game juice, and I'll add a few more touches. Yeah, I want to do sound effects, bit of a screen shake, and then add the score thing, and I think we'll be good to go to release it for testing. But I think if I remove theme override, I think that's what's messing us up. Remove theme override, and then also set the theme for normal initially. That way it's not completely messed up. So theme, normal. This one needs to be normal. And this one also needs to be normal. Theme overrides normal. There we go. Okay. Then if I go back here, they all should be fine, and then if I run it maybe. Oh! Take a look. Take a look. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, look! It's working! Isn't it great? Oh, that's wonderful. However, Now, it doesn't... I feel like we could make it a little bit better, but this is nice. Isn't it? I'm curious about the whole generate thing. Yeah, it's working. Look at that. Oh, it's great. So S. Oh, no, that's working. This is great. That was so easy. So easy. So, SWEET. My only worry is it might make it a little bit too hard. So maybe, I don't know. But I do like it. It's working. That's the good news. So then, let's just add some point score sound effects or correct sound effect. And we can do that really simply. Oops, it's super loud. It can be an optional difficulty increase. Maybe. I definitely do know some people have sensitivity to things of that nature with screen shakes. So I'll have to have a way to set it so it's not super screen shaky. We can add a little bit of shake. I'm trying to see. Oh, there we go. And if I go here and go to my, where are we at? Video mode. Here. I want to go to this screen and then remove you. Okay. This is a program called Eagle. It is, I believe, $30, but it's a one-time purchase. And this is a library of sounds that I have gathered over the years. And we can find some sound effects in here, and then I can just drag them over. And I can hover over these. Isn't that cool? No, let me lower it. This is way too loud. Now it's a little bit too high up. But it's called Eagle, like the bird. Just Eagle. And you can kind of... I don't know if it was a recent update, but I can hover over it. Yep. It's all these sounds. And the best part is, I can credit it by artist. So I can always have the credits, and I don't have to go through files in my computer and do it that way. And you can tag stuff as well. Let me lower that down. You can tag stuff, so I can have a thing that says, all right, pull up all the spooky ones after I tag it. Well, that said, let's go through and do mine credit required as well, depending on what it is. So we need a score sound and we need a miss sound. Oh, I think there's some miss sounds as well. Or, hold on. If I go into sound effects here, if I type miss, yep, there's some, well, there's transmissions. And I believe, as well, we have some sounds. Let me go ahead and pull them out. Let me turn this on while you're waiting. There's a musician that comes on here all the time on stream. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Bit by Bert. So his tag is Bert Cole. And I have all of his music, and he recently gave me as well menu sound effect. So we can also listen to these and see if we like them and choose them. Actually, you have great ambitions of actually tagging and storing things. No! The thing I do is, as I go through them, I sort them. So it's a slow thing. Slowly, I sort them. But right now, because I just moved them to the system, they're not here. But for the most part, yeah. It would just be a database of millions unorganized. Yeah, but it's nicer to have than, hold on, let me do this. It's nicer to have than maybe files in the Explorer. At least I'd say. I find them a little bit easier. Let me drag and drop those. And it will pull all of those. And then apply to all, import. There we go. And then all those. And then I can also tag them, and they're perfectly tagged. Perfect. Absolutely it is, yep. And they're also named as well. So is there like an error sound we can use? Let me go ahead and mute this. I'm not really feeling. Maybe this one? Maybe that one for an error? Maybe. Open file location. Let's see. Open and explore. Open in file location, I'm pretty sure. Oh. Okay. I'll pull that error too. Yep. Yep. Okay. In that case, let's go ahead and drag it into Godot. It's a good sound. Yep, I agree. Let's go ahead and figure out Explorer. Open an Explorer. There we go. Alright. So this is our spell casting, and we can go in here. This is our user interface. That's all good and dandy. This is our spell fonts. We can go and say... Well, it's in our scoring, right? Our scoring. So let's just do a new folder for score keeping. And then in our score keeping, we can add our scorekeeper and everything. So our scorekeeping goes in there. And then, in our scorekeeping, we can have our audio, or not even yet, maybe if we need to add more audio. For now, we can just drag our audio into here. And if I click, after it decides to load, there we go. There's our error. And then all we have to do is on error in our, where is it at? In our scorekeeper, yep. In our scorekeeper, we have an error sound, rename, error, error sound. And then you can drag that into our scorekeeper. And then whenever the scorekeeper has an error on miss, we can do up here with our variables, just grab that error sound, dot play. And let's see how it sounds. Okay. And well, you can hear it, so it's good. Oh, right. I forgot to set it. 1 second. And then this. Okay. Yeah. I think that can work. Oh, it's temporary for now, but yeah, I think that's a good error, and now we need a good start. A good correct. Maybe like a ding or a something else. Let me go back to my eagle and zoom out a little bit. And in our sound effects, I'm curious to see if I have like a correct. No. Ding maybe. Some stuff. No. A lot of these are retro-y sounds. I don't think so. Let's see. We have error. We have... What are these? I like especially how I can hover over stuff instead of clicking it and reopening it. Oh, maybe this one? I think this one could work. Does this show that you got it correct? We'll go ahead and open that in Explorer. We'll go back to Godot. Good choice, thanks. Then we'll go back in here. All over again. Godot's buffering, so I am getting water. That is very nifty. It is. I found it's helped make things far easier than searching around multiple folders, especially since you can just quickly listen to it instead of opening it and closing it. Alright. Error sound. And we can rename this to scored sound. How about that? Scored sound? Oops. Did you want me to rename it a little bit differently? Yeah, the dot wave. Alright, fine. Scored sound. There. And now we can go ahead and drag that one up as well. And then up here in our scorekeeper, in our error sound, we can have that score sound here. And then, I mean, scorekeeper could be its own scene. Probably should be. Let's go ahead and make it a scene. Safe branches scene. Scorekeeper spellcasting. Scorekeeping. Safe. There. now it's its own scene, and it's a little bit cleaner to see. And then on scored, you play the scored sound dot play. Okay. Let's give it a go. Okie dokie. That's the sweet. Okay. So sweet. I'm not too sure. Also, that last one didn't play. S-W-E-E-T, comma. Yeah. Comma's not playing. So that will need a little bit of tweaking. Let's see. F-R-O-M, comma. Yeah. Don't like the sound too much, but we can change the sound. E-H-R-O. That's good. O-U-G-H, exclamation point. Yeah. I think a few tweaks that will need to be made is, let me turn this back up. Pop over to here. We got the points working. We have the moving text. It can be moved a little bit different. I definitely think the moving visuals will be nice. But for now, let's see. We have points working, moving text. We need the screen shake. We have the sound effects. Sound effects isn't working. Music, possibly, and a visual create change I think will be handy. Overall, yeah. So I just need a screen shake, moving visuals, and let's try to quickly, well, not quickly, but we have the audio working. I don't know why. Maybe because it's going to the next verse. It's not playing. Nagon scored. Points +1. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. In that case, we would need to figure out a way to calculate that score, because when I do it, for some reason it just doesn't wanna. Oops. You can't hear it here. If I go back here and generate S-O. See, it doesn't. Oh, you can't see. Hold on. Okay. S-W-E-E-T. Oh, T. And then that comma. Oh, well, it does it when I do a comma, but not when I do a new line. Comma. Yeah. That's interesting. There's probably a reason for that. And I'm thinking it might have something to do with where we call it. Let's see. Spellcaster, spell manager, spell screen. Let's go back to our. Where would it be at? In our spell screen. This is the right one. Make sure it's output. And then if we go down to our score, update spell screen, update. Here, it should emit scored, but it does not. Yeah. Don't think this would make a difference, but oh, that's why. We have to move this before the change verse. So it always does a ding. So character index increase and scored increase. And then now if we go ahead and do it, hopefully. Oh, I did want to mention as well, there is a program in the making that's free at the moment. Tag suite, I believe. Hold on. I do want to make sure I say it. Tag suite. Let me check on Opera, YouTube. As an Eagle is expensive, but there is someone's making a new program that is free. And I did want to share that as it is. I don't think it's being made in Godot. I think it's being made in a different program. But I found it nifty. And I thought I'd share it just for alternatives. Tag Studio. Here. So if you like Eagle, I would suggest taking a look into Tag Studio, since it's free and it's open source. Before I forget to say that. An open source, not an audio manager. It is a file manager. So it doesn't just do audio, it does text, it does files, it does everything. It does images as well. So I can sort all of my images, image references. So it's just a general file keeper. And you might like Tag Studio. Okay, now let's try this again. And sweet, and generate. Right. S-O, there we go, it's working now. S-W-E-E-T, oh. F-R-O-M, comma, T. R-O-U-U-T-H. Okay. So let's go ahead and add... Well, I want to change the sound. I don't like it. I think it needs to be a little bit simpler, maybe? See. These are very long. Buttons? These are definitely getting changed, but something temporary that'll stick. That's what I'm looking for. All of these are UI. They're very long. The interface ones are definitely handy. Most of these I got off of itch.io. You're going to leave now. I hope your project goes well. You try to see if you can share your work soon on Discord. Thank you for joining, Aeon. Thank you for coming. I'm excited to see it. Let's see. Water, laser, reload, weird, wrong. Needs to be just quick. I think that's what the other one was, wasn't it? It was like a, oh, what's this? Oh, these are a little bit too long. Maybe this? Way too long though. But where did we go? Buttons? Maybe this. No. Maybe this. Can you edit them in Eagle? No, I don't believe you can. Unfortunately. I'm wondering if I can just drag and drop this into... Oh, I can't just drag and drop it into Godot. Oh, that's great. But no, you can't edit it in Eagle. For that I use Audacity, which is a free program. And let me go back to Godot. Okay, let's try this sound instead. Core sound. And I'll just copy your name. And delete you. And rename you. Core sound. And then in our storekeeper, we should just be able to do reassign you. Okay, let's try again. S. I liked it a little bit better. It's more manageable. Comma, sweet. Okay, that's good. Lastly, I want to do a screen shake. And that should be simple enough to do, I think, possibly. In our screen, how do you do a screen shake for 2D? I know you can do it with camera. Let's see. How to do screen shake. Screen shake 2D. Godot screen shake 2D. Let's see. Weird sub for anyone less experienced. No function to return crazy numbers. Ah, I got ya. I don't think we can do it, maybe. I guess it would have to be camera? Yeah, but I don't have a camera. Is there a 2D camera? Oh, I see. Got ya. In that case, would this be... I know there's a button you can make like the current camera. There's a 2D camera? Yep, I see it. And the question is... Do I have to make a new scene? And... we'll just make it an empty node for now, just to see. We have the camera. I got ya. Camera, yeah, how do you zoom? I guess that's the tricky part. Because we have your camera, right? And then you have your spell screen. And that is... where is it at? Spell screen. This guy here. Oh, not spell screen. Spellcaster menu. Oh, did I delete the whole thing? Hold on. Oh. Oh no. I think I deleted my spell screen. Okay, it's back. Oh, that was scary. Yeah, oh no. That's okay. We're good, we're good. Speaking of, let me go ahead and save a backup of what we're doing. Just to be on the safe side. And that's pretty quick to do. I use GitHub. No, let's like GitHub for that. I'll just quickly save. Just to make sure we don't run into any other bad things. Stream, save. After all that black magic required to make the thing work, yep, we're all good. That would have been, it would have. But the good part is that because I'm streaming it, I would just be able to go back and watch the stream. So it's not like if I hadn't been streaming it. It's a little bit better. Okay, it's saved though. We're all good on that regard. And since that is that, we need our spellcaster menu. Oops, not that one. And this guy with the camera. I see. And the camera. Create. And when we do this, what happens when we run the scene? We'll just say it's the test screen for now. Okay. This is what we get. Interesting, interesting. Don't know about it, but interesting. And that's because this purple is the thingamajiggy, right? The camera. And the spell screen is not at the center of the screen, or how do we do? We would need a way to shake the screen. And that itself, I'm not sure how to do. Scene undo, reparent. Maybe... I also don't know why those guys are showing up there. Because when we go into our spellcaster menu, they're all fine. Is it because they need to be set to the side? And then if I save this and we go back to test? No. Is it because there's a camera? Isn't that odd? These guys are up here, they're all fine, but not this. Maybe... yeah, it's weird. Spell screen, well, spellcaster menu is control. We can, maybe for now, change it to a canvas. Canvas layer. That should make the whole screen, right? And then if I go back here, or not here, here? Okay, it's working in test now. We need that camera. And I think... okay, well, it's working now. And then we just have to make sure it does canvas. Canvas layer. Okay. And then back in test, we just need to have the camera moved to there, I think, right? Make sure it's the right screen. Yep, that looks about right. And then the zoom. If we do 0.8 maybe? Oh, look at that. Okay, then what we have to do is do script for our camera temporarily. We can change all of this stuff later. After that, what we can do then is drag. Well, no, we don't even need to drag. We just do func ready. And then we can do utility heat dot connect And then we can just do another bounce, or funk called bounce. And void. And then we connect that utility beat to bounce. Nice, we can just have signals so everything can say, alright, we're all bouncing, we're all changing or something. On our bounce, we can then say, what do we call it in our spellcaster menu? Oh no, where is it at? Spell screen? We called it our, where is it at? Our bounce first. But it can't be called bounce first, can it? That doesn't work. It would have to be something like funk is not funk. Bar out is out. And it's a bool and it equals false. Well, screen shakes. Definitely can't figure that out in the next like 15 minutes. So once we get this camera, I'll have to do all of that. So if is out as else and then pass. Oh, okay, it did work. So if is out, set is out to false, and if is out is false, set is out to true. And then what we can say is, what can we say? After that we can say zoom equal vector 2 1. Or I think I can just do this, right? Vector 2 dot 1 or something like that. Dot. Oh, no, I can't. Got ya. Right. Vector 2 1 1. Otherwise, set zoom to, so if is out, set it to 2. Otherwise, set to like 1.2. Just a bit of a small change. And then if we go into our scene, I don't know if this is the right scene. We have our camera, that's right. But I don't think we're seeing from the camera. Are we? Or no, I think we are. Rotation smoothing, what's this? If true, rotates. Smoothly enabled. Interesting, interesting. Where do we do... It's enabled, but it's not moving, which is interesting. Is it because this is a canvas layer? Last time when it was a canvas layer, kind of slid it around a little bit. It froze again, so water time. This will be the last thing we work on though. Once we get this working, it's smooth sailing, quote unquote, from here. We'll see. This is going great though. I'm really glad we got the point system done, so now we can add some scoring and all of that will be nice. It'll definitely help as well because depending on what score you get, the customer can react in a different way. So not only will it grade you off of if you did the right order, it's did you do the spell correctly? As far as this camera is concerned though, if I move this camera here and I clicked play, what happens? Ah, yeah, it's because it's a canvas. I see. Oh, your games. And if I make this a aspect ratio container, maybe? No. Or maybe. What is it? 1920 1080? 16 divided by 9, was it? Or no? But if I make the ratio bigger, nah. An aspect container. And did I mess it up by just doing that? Oh wow. Okay, hold on. This needs to get changed back to canvas layer. It wasn't canvas layer before, but layer visible transform. Okay. Something's been broken. We've broken something for sure. And well, as here I saw stuff, but I didn't like it. That font size of item and theme, change type of node. Let me double check that our fonts aren't changed now. Should be fine. Okay, so back in here, our menu has to be a little bit different. It was a control node, but now I'm thinking it maybe has to be margin? I'm not sure about these whole containers. So for control, let's see. We have VBox, HBox, center, flow, grid, split, margin, panel, maybe a margin container. Text editor, tab container. A lot of containers. I don't know what they do. And then a layout. And this is all in here. Ah, that's why metronome's not working. It needs to be on the bottom. Metronome needs to be its own thing. Alright, we have some containers to mess around with. Anchor size, full rect. Okay? That makes sense. And then our spells. Spells are wrong again. This one I got it working as well. And since it's wrong again, and I'm not sure how to undo any of this, I might just undo it all. And go back as I'm not too sure how to undo this. I did undo. Undo didn't work. So let's see. Bill. This kid has a screen shake camera 2D tutorial. Ah. I think it's because of what is it? It's because my spell stuff is a little off. It's the node types, I know for sure. It's because of these node control nodes. And I stopped all of these. Let me go back to that save we just saved. Coincidentally, and use that. Me move us back to here. While I fix that. And I can go back into my thing. This is nice. I definitely like the backups. We'll go for a little longer though. I don't want to go on too long for another hour. But if I can't do it in, well, it's 6:24. I don't want to go over 6:30. We'll try for a little bit longer. And then, not, well, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix it in 6 minutes. So we'll just end it here. And I'll tweak stuff, get everything trying to work, so that I can get it posted up on itch.io, and I will let you know as soon as that happens. You can hold on, let me get a link. If you'd like to know exactly when the demo, or not even the demo, just this part of the game will go up, let me go ahead and, where are we at? Game, you're here. Where are we at? Let me find it super quickly. Oh, will you go there? No, we don't want those. We want here. Right. So if you want to get notified when the game goes up on itch, and also want to give me some feedback, that's my Discord link, and I will @ you on Discord. Nice and easy for ya. Thank you for coming though. Thank you for joining. This has been fun, and I am excited to start the cafe part of this cafe management game. Once we get there, once we do all of those things, then we can combine them together and also add some pixel art. Next week, there won't be any programming streams as I'll be working on fleshing this out and also making a devlog for YouTube to summarize what we've done these past few streams and get people who haven't seen it up to date. Thanks for the stream. It was entertaining and educational. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you liked it. And with that, I've gotta go. I've gotta go figure this out, watch some videos on control notes, and I will see you all later. Bye-bye.